Warrior Lore. Chapter 28:30. Gu Fei roared towards the sky. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body as he attacked the two supreme experts. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. Gu Fei executed the secret technique of the immortal Tao to the extreme. When he punched out, his strength would instantly soar to a level that was enough to contend against the supreme war demon and the mysterious life form. With his current cultivation and battle prowess, he didn't even know how much his battle prowess would soar if he executed the Heaven Ascension secret technique with all his might. Good timing. The supreme war demon rode on the demonic dragon horse. The demonic spear in its hand directly pierced towards Gu Fei as supreme demonic energy erupted. Boom! Gu Fei's fist instantly collided with the demonic spear. The two figures moved rapidly. The four hooves of the demonic dragon horse that the supreme war demon was riding stomped on the ground, causing the void to collapse and shatter. Even the chaotic chi was trampled out. It was incomparably terrifying. The cultivation of the demonic dragon horse that the supreme war demon was riding was not weak either. This demonic dragon horse definitely had the cultivation and battle prowess of a holy Venerable. At this time, the mysterious life form from the Forbidden Zone also joined the battle. Three extremely powerful figures were fighting with all their might. This was a chaotic battle that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Outside the Forbidden Zone, everyone was extremely shocked. It was simply unimaginable that someone actually dared to attack the Forbidden Zone of the human world. It's really Big Brother. Shaoqing was bewildered because he was very familiar with one of the three supreme auras that surged out from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Is Grandmaster really inside? Little Fatty, who was beside Shaoqing, was shocked and overjoyed when he heard this. Why is Big Brother here? And why is he fighting against those two supreme experts? Shaoqing's expression turned solemn. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. One should know that Gu Fei's cultivation had not increased to the level where he could contend against those existences. However, what puzzled Shaoqing was how Gu Fei was able to fight against those existences with his wholly venerate cultivation and battle prowess without falling into a disadvantageous position. A strong energy fluctuation spread out from the depths of the Forbidden Land. The entire heavenly ruins Forbidden Land shook intensely, and sinister cracks appeared on the ground. Even the Forbidden area was in danger of sinking at this time. The area outside the Heavenly Market's Forbidden Zone was shaking as well. All the cultivators within the Heavenly Market could sense a supreme coercion coming from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. All the living beings were terrified. What is Gu Fei doing? On a divine island in the sky above the West Underworld Sea in the Heavenly Realm, Old Tortoise was sitting cross-legged in a palace on the divine island. He suddenly opened his eyes. He could sense Gu Fei's aura crossing over, which shocked him. Gu Fei was definitely fighting in the vicinity of the ancient road to heaven. Old Tortoise could not sit still anymore. He was not someone who could calm down in the first place. The matter at the West Underworld Sea had come to an end. He had successfully conquered the forbidden land of the heavenly realm and set up a checkpoint at the exit of the ancient road to heaven to collect fees for entering and exiting the heavenly realm. To enter the heavenly realm, one had to pay 10 divine crystals or 3 divine herbs. When the cultivators in the heavenly realm wanted to descend to the lower realm, they had to pay 10 divine crystals and 3 divine herbs. Many people were dissatisfied with Old Tortoise setting up a checkpoint at the exit of the ancient road to heaven, especially the great sects and clans in the heavenly realm. However, no one dared to say anything because the West Underworld Sea was jointly conquered by Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Old Tortoise had contributed a lot, so it was normal for him to want some compensation. Moreover, 10 divine crystals and 3 divine herbs were nothing to the great sects and clans in the heavenly realm. Only the rogue cultivators felt that the price was too high. One should know that the cultivation resources of the rogue cultivators could not be compared to the disciples of the great sects and clans. 10 divine gems and 3 stalks of divine herbs were not a small amount of cultivation resources for those independent cultivators. Ordinary independent cultivators could not even take out 10 divine gems, let alone divine herbs. It's time to go to the human realm. Old Tortoise stood up and took a step forward. In an instant, he left the divine island and appeared in front of the ancient road to heaven. He directly stepped onto the ancient road to heaven. Many cultivators near the ancient road to heaven saw Old Tortoise stepping onto the ancient road to heaven. Some of them were very excited. Without Old Tortoise, the checkpoint on the ancient road to heaven was like an empty shell. Those powerful existences would not miss such an opportunity. Many people in the heavenly realm wanted to descend to the lower realm, but because of Old Tortoise's checkpoint, many of them were stopped. Old Tortoise's departure gave these people hope. However, even though Old Tortoise had left, there was still an expert from the monster race on the divine island. That expert was a super antique from the monster race in the heavenly realm. His seniority was even higher than Old Tortoise's. In the human realm, deep in the heavenly ruin, in the forbidden area, Gu Fei was fighting against the peerless war devil and the mysterious living being. Although he had the strongest martial body, he was still coughing up blood. Boom! Gu Fei and the mysterious living being exchanged a palm strike and was sent flying thousands of meters away. His entire arm felt numb. The mysterious living being was also pushed back by Gu Fei's palm strike. Gu Fei's combat strength was extremely strong. He could fight against these peerless living beings who had already taken that step. However, he was still using tricks. There was still a huge gap between him and the mysterious living being. Swoosh! The peerless war devil attacked again. Its demonic spear pierced through the void, aiming at Gu Fei's forehead. Clang! Gu Fei waved the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand, blocking the incoming demonic spear. Then, with the speed of 8 steps, he soared into the sky and stomped on the peerless war devil's head. Rumble! An extremely strong destructive force immediately surged down from his feet. The peerless war devil was very experienced. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched upwards. Bang! His fist collided with Gu Fei's right foot. Boom! With a loud sound, 2 extremely strong forces exploded in an instant. The void between the two suddenly collapsed. Gu Fei was sent flying by the peerless war devil's punch. As for the peerless war devil, he and his horse were trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot and smashed into the ground. Roar! The peerless war devil roared. The ground cracked and collapsed. Amidst the endless dust, a figure riding a demonic dragon horse rushed out from the depths of the earth. However, just as the peerless war devil emerged from the ground, the mysterious living being attacked him again. The peerless war devil was once again smashed into the ground. Damn it! The peerless war devil roared. A horrifying ball of demonic fire rushed out from the depths of the earth. In an instant, it spread out and covered the sky. This was the true demonic fire. The mysterious living being could not dodge in time and was instantly engulfed by the demonic fire. The mysterious living being hid in the black fog. The space around him was flooded by the demonic fire, but this kind of terrifying demonic fire could not hurt him at all. To be more precise, the demonic fire could not burn the mysterious living being at all. The black fog around the mysterious living being was repelled. The peerless war devil and the mysterious living being began to fight. Just then, Xiaoqian rushed over again and joined the battle. The 3 powerful cultivators attacked each other. Sometimes it was the peerless war devil and the mysterious living being, and sometimes it was the mysterious living being and Gu Fei. Sometimes, Xiaoqian and the mysterious living being teamed up to attack the peerless war devil. However, sometimes it was the mysterious living being and the peerless war devil who attacked Gu Fei together. Wherever the 3 powerful figures passed by, everything was destroyed. Nothing was left. Gu Fei fought crazily and displayed his extremely powerful combat abilities. The peerless war devil and its horse were both injured. Demonic blood dripped from the sky from time to time. The mysterious living being was in the same situation. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. When Gu Fei and the peerless war devil attacked the mysterious living being together, the mysterious living being could not help but feel fearful against the attacks of 2 powerful cultivators and immediately retreated. Chapter 28:31. The mysterious creature was shrouded in divine light, and its real body was not visible. This shocked Gu Fei. This guy's cultivation method was very special. Could it be an expert from another world? Bang! Gu Fei clashed head-on with the mysterious creature again. The mysterious creature's divine light was slightly dispersed by his fist energy, and some purplish-green scales could be seen. The two figures quickly separated. Gu Fei turned around and charged at the peerless war demon. The ninth heaven star's sword in his hand released a resplendent sword light. Specks of starlight flickered on the body of the divine sword. Swoosh! He slashed with his sword. It was like a starry sky falling from the sky, rushing towards the war devil. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was crushed and destroyed. Clang! The war devil waved the demonic spear in his hand, blocking Gu Fei's sword. The sound of metal colliding and rubbing spread far and wide. One sword punishing the heavens. Gu Fei used the 9 swords of punishing the heavens. An extremely powerful wave of sword chi immediately spread from the 9th heaven star's sword in his hand. An immortal sword light rushed out from his hand. Yes. The war devil sensed the sword intent spreading from Gu Fei's body. He couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly used his strongest combat skill. The demonic spear in his hand turned into a ferocious and terrifying demonic dragon, rushing towards Gu Fei's sword light. Swoosh! The peerless sword light flashed and cut the demonic dragon formed by the peerless war devil's spear into 2. The sword light's momentum did not diminish as it continued to slash towards the peerless war devil. What? The war devil was shocked. He leaped from the back of his horse and dodged the peerless sword light falling from the sky. However, the demonic dragon horse under him was not so lucky. The heaven-punishing sword flashed, and the demonic dragon horse's head fell off. Roar! The fiendish devil was infuriated. He raised his head to the sky and roared. Devil chi surged as he attacked Gu Fei. His spear had already been cut in 2 by Gu Fei's sword. The heaven-punishing 9 swords was the invincible sword principle. Once the heaven-punishing sword light appeared, Gu Fei's disadvantage was immediately reversed. Rumble! A peerless fiendish demon punched out, causing the entire void to collapse. Chaos chi was blasted out as a terrifying destructive force rushed towards Gu Fei. Shwa! Gu Fei brandished the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and unleashed a sword light of punishing heaven. It broke through the mighty power of destruction and rushed towards the peerless war demon. At this time, the demonic dragon horse had already recovered. Its head, which had been cut off by Gu Fei, was reattached to its neck. Although its demonic body could recover, it was still severely injured. The sword Dao laws contained within the heaven-punishing sword light had already injured this devil dragon horse. Roar! The demonic dragon horse roared towards the sky. A shadow of a demonic dragon appeared on its body, and a terrifying aura spread out from its body. The demonic dragon horse leaped into the sky and rushed towards Gu Fei. Its 2 hooves shattered the void, displaying its powerful combat strength. However, at this time, Gu Fei was in a mysterious state of sword Dao. In his eyes, there was only his opponent and nothing else. Gu Fei seemed to be possessed by the ancient heaven-punishing sword ancestor. He brandished the invincible sword will, and a sword light rushed out from his hand, chopping off the head of the demonic dragon horse. The peerless war demon wanted to stop it, but was forced back by the sharp, invincible sword light that Gu Fei had unleashed. This guy, the peerless war demon, was both shocked and angry. The aura emitted from his opponent made him feel uneasy. It was as if he was facing an extreme sword ancestor. Of course, Gu Fei was definitely not an invincible sword ancestor. What made the peerless war demon uneasy was the invincible sword will emitted from Gu Fei's body. Swoosh! The invincible sword light crisscrossed and a sword mark appeared on the peerless war demon's body. His skin and flesh were torn apart and demonic blood seeped out from the sword mark. At this time, the mysterious creature charged over. However, the current Gu Fei was like a hedgehog with spikes all over his body. Whoever touched him would be unlucky. The heaven-punishing sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's body and directly pierced through the mysterious creature. Its speed was so fast that even the mysterious creature was startled. Clang! The mysterious creature waved the 2 iron chains in its hands, trying to block the piercing sword light. However, the sword light directly severed the chains in the mysterious creature's hands, and left a hideous sword mark on the creature's body. The invincible sword will activated the sword light and displayed its great power. The mysterious creature had no choice but to retreat. Damn it! The mysterious creature felt extremely depressed. His opponent was just a little brat, yet he was injured by such a little brat. This was a great humiliation. Gu Fei, however, ignored the creature's anger and continued to activate the invincible sword will. He attacked the war demon and the mysterious creature at the same time. At this moment, the chaotic battle between the three powerhouses had turned into a battle between the peerless war demon and the mysterious creature against Gu Fei. How is this possible? The more the war demon and the mysterious creature fought, the more shocked they became. They shockingly realized that Gu Fei seemed to be in an extremely mysterious state of invincibility. This state was very frightening. Right now, it was not Gu Fei using the sword will, but the sword will controlling him. The sword will of the 9 swords of punishment was the embodiment of the invincible way of the sword. The sword will was invincible. As long as Gu Fei remained in this state, no one could hurt him. Not even the war demon and the mysterious creature could. Gu Fei did not know that he was being controlled by the sword will. He continued to comprehend the sword will of the 9 swords of punishment. Such an invincible way of the sword would make everyone jealous. The demonic dragon horse also rushed over. After being struck by Gu Fei's sword twice, it was already heavily injured by Gu Fei. However, it was still incomparably ferocious, its 2 hooves constantly stomping on Gu Fei's head. Spurt. There was a flash of blood. A beam of sword light of punishment shot out from Gu Fei's body, piercing the dragon horse's forehead and killing its soul. All of this happened too quickly. The demonic dragon horse didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was killed and revealed its true form. It was a dragon horse that was even larger than a mountain. After being killed by Gu Fei, it revealed its original form. It was a creature with a dragon head and a horse body. The corpse of the dragon horse fell from the sky. With a bang, it smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Dust rose into the air. The war demon's warhorse was dead. This made the war demon almost go crazy. It attacked Gu Fei with all its might. The dragon horse had followed the war demon for countless years. It accompanied him to conquer the world. To the war demon and the dragon horse, this was not an ordinary master and servant relationship. Buzz. The 9 heavenly stars sword in Gu Fei's hand hummed. As soon as the sword light of punishment appeared, the war demon was immediately forced back. It did not dare to face the invincible sword intent head-on. A few more slashes appeared on its body. The mysterious creature was unable to injure Gu Fei at all. Instead, it was injured by Gu Fei's invincible sword intent. Its body was covered in blood. How dare you? How are we supposed to fight? The mysterious creature directly retreated. It was very decisive. Its opponent was in a state of invincibility. It was impossible for it to defeat him. This state was very mysterious. No one knew how long Gu Fei's state would last. Once the mysterious life form retreated, the peerless war devil would be in trouble. The heaven-punishing sword light that rushed out of Gu Fei's body all rushed towards the peerless war devil. Swish! A sword light flew by, and a bloody wound immediately appeared on the war demon's body. Demonic blood seeped out of the wound and dripped into the soil on the ground, directly devilizing a large area. The war demon was unwilling to retreat and continued to fight with Gu Fei. At this time, no one knew what was happening in the forbidden zone of the Sky Market. However, the battle in the forbidden zone had alarmed everyone. From time to time, incomparably powerful figures could be seen in the periphery of the forbidden zone. What's going on? Why is Gu Fei here? The Dongfang family's elder was incomparably shocked when he received the news. He immediately rushed to the forbidden zone. It really is Gu Fei. He actually didn't die. The Dongfang family's elder found it hard to believe. He had never imagined that even the war demon would not be able to kill Gu Fei. In the entire eastern region of the mortal world, Gu Fei definitely had many enemies. However, his friends were even fewer. Some people who had enmity with Gu Fei naturally hoped that the creature in the forbidden zone would kill Gu Fei. However, those who were on good terms with Gu Fei were secretly worried for Gu Fei. Big brother. Outside the Forbidden Zone, Xiaoqing almost couldn't help but rush into the Forbidden Zone. However, he didn't lose his rationality and really didn't enter the Forbidden Zone. Martial Ancestor. The smile on Gu Xiaofeng's face also disappeared. Swish. Just as Xiaoqing was worrying about Gu Fei, a figure descended from the sky and landed on a stone mountain outside the Forbidden Zone. It was a white-robed man. Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Someone recognized this white-robed man. This person was actually Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who had founded the path of ghost cultivation. At this time, Gu Fei's subordinates also entered the sky market. When they found out that Gu Fei was fighting the fiendish devil and the creature in the Forbidden Zone, they couldn't help but be surprised and happy. When Gu Zhong saw Gu Xiaofeng, his eyes became moist. His son had already grown so tall and big. Moreover, he looked exactly like him when he was young. Father. Gu Xiaofeng hurriedly greeted Gu Zhong. You. Very good. Gu Zhong looked at his son and didn't know what to say for a moment. Father, where's my mother? Gu Xiaofeng looked at Gu Zhong and asked very seriously. Ever since he went to the heavenly realm, he had never seen his mother again. He really wanted to know her current situation. In the Yaodai Ancient Sacred Ground. Chapter 2832. Gu Zhong and his son, Gu Xiaofeng, were finally reunited. However, Gu Xiaofeng's mother was not here, which made Gu Xiaofeng feel a little disappointed. After all, they had not seen each other for many years. However, Gu Xiaofeng's mother was the previous saintess of the Yaodai Ancient Sacred Land. Even though she could no longer be the saintess after getting married, she was still an important figure in the Sacred Land. In fact, because of Gu Fei, the higher-ups of the Yaodai Ancient Sacred Land did not make things difficult for Yaoji. Instead, they nurtured her with great care and intended to let her take on important tasks. The Yaodai Ancient Sacred Land had their eyes on Gu Fei's forces. Gu Fei was too dazzling. Some people who did not think highly of him were now regretting to death. Just like the Dongfang family, they had long regretted offending such an existence, burying a great calamity for the Dongfang family. At this time, the news of Gu Fei breaking into the Sky Market's Forbidden Zone spread everywhere. This fierce person was indeed fierce. Not long ago, he joined hands with the Demon Lord of the Heaven Realm to destroy the West Dark Ocean's Forbidden Zone. Could it be that he was going to attack the Sky Market's Forbidden Zone again? The news of Gu Fei and the old turtle joining hands to destroy the West Dark Ocean had already spread throughout the human realm. Even the local forces of the eastern region had experts crossing over and entered the Sky Market. Even Ghost Monarch Fengdu was alarmed and personally came to the Forbidden Zone. This little guy is really good at stirring things up. Ghost Monarch Fengdu stood high in the sky. With his cultivation, he could naturally see the depths of the Forbidden Zone and saw Gu Fei fighting against the War Demon. Sky Punishing Sword Ancestor's Sword Intent. Ghost Monarch Fengdu had lived for countless years, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. With one glance, he could see the origin of the killing sword art Gu Fei was using. Sky Punishing Sword Ancestor was definitely a ruthless character. The Sky Punishing Sword art he created had once destroyed a world with one slash. It was incomparably terrifying. The 9 Heaven Punishing Swords was a killing sword art created by Sky Punishing Sword Ancestor. Buzz. At this time, a sword chime came from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. The 9 Heaven Stars sword in Gu Fei's hand emitted a bright sword light, forcing the War Demon to retreat. He was still in that mysterious and invincible state. Ethereal enlightenment. Interesting. Ghost Emperor Fengdu sighed. He could see the state that Gu Fei was in. It was the mystic understanding realm, a state that was extremely difficult to enter during cultivation. He never thought that Gu Fei would be able to enter this state. This was too heaven-defying and abnormal. One should know that out of 100,000 cultivators, not even one would be able to enter the ethereal enlightenment realm. This kind of cultivation state was the upgraded version of Epiphany, which meant that it was even more heaven-defying than Epiphany. Through this state, Gu Fei could say that he had completely comprehended the invincible sword intent of the 9 Heaven Punishment Swords. It was as if the Sky Punishing Sword Grandmaster had personally imparted his Tao to Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei really seemed to have been possessed by the Sky Punishing Sword Grandmaster and was displaying his invincible sword Dao. Even someone as powerful as the peerless war demon was in danger when facing Gu Fei at this time. More and more sword wounds appeared on his body, and he was covered in blood. The most terrifying thing was that the heaven-punishing sword chi had invaded his demonic body and was destroying his vitality. Damn it! The peerless war demon continued to roar. The demonic energy from his body shot up to the sky. He continuously performed the great technique of demons, wanting to kill Gu Fei. However, it was difficult to compete with his opponent's invincible sword Dao. At this time, the mysterious living being in the forbidden area had already retreated. I am not willing. The peerless war demon finally crushed a jade talisman. A demonic light instantly wrapped around him, and he immediately escaped into the void, disappearing without a trace. Gu Fei did not try to stop him. Instead, he sat down cross-legged in the void and began to cultivate. This was extremely shocking to the onlookers. The battle ended just like that. No one thought that this would be the result. Gu Fei had actually defeated two peerless characters, and he was still cultivating casually. In the eyes of others, this was definitely the rhythm of challenging the mysterious living being. Perhaps he didn't even put the mysterious living being in the forbidden area in his eyes. Only Ghost Emperor Fengdu knew that Gu Fei, who had entered the mystic understanding state, did not want to stop. He wanted to continue comprehending the profoundness of the heaven-punishing sword Dao. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Countless cultivators, even if they cultivated for a lifetime, might not be able to enter such a state of cultivation. The old turtle's figure also appeared outside the forbidden area of the sky ruin. He had come down to see what was going on. When someone saw the old turtle, they couldn't help but be extremely nervous. One should know that this fellow was a ruthless character. He had previously joined hands with Gu Fei to level the forbidden area of the West Underworld Sea in the Heaven Realm. When some people saw the old turtle, they immediately retreated. The old turtle also had many enemies in the human realm. He and the little monk Fanxio of the West Earth Buddhism were archenemies. However, the Buddhists had their own troubles, and no Buddhist experts dared to cause trouble for the old turtle. The Buddhists of West Earth had the chaotic 7 Buddhists, as well as the Buddha devil of the Buddha land. The entire West Earth Buddhism had 8 great Buddhists. As a result, the Buddhists of West Earth could not expand their territory eastward. They could only eliminate the chaotic 7 Buddhists and the newly born Buddha devil without any worries. Master. When Shaoqing saw the arrival of the old turtle, he hurriedly walked over and bowed to the old turtle. And the old turtle nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked at the place where Ghost Emperor Fengdu was, and Ghost Emperor Fengdu also happened to look at him. The old turtle only nodded at Ghost Emperor Fengdu and didn't say anything else. Ghost Emperor Fengdu also nodded. Boom. At this moment, a muffled sound came from the depths of the forbidden area. An incomparably huge beast claw appeared in the sky and grabbed down at Gu Fei below. The beast claw enveloped the entire space, emitting a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. This was the attack of the mysterious life form in the depths of the Forbidden Land. He wanted to disturb Gu Fei and cause him to fall into a state of cultivation deviation. Courting death, the old turtle took a step forward and instantly appeared under the beast claw. With a flip of his right hand, an ancient seal immediately appeared in his hand. He directly activated the ancient seal in his hand. A powerful force immediately rushed out from the ancient seal and turned into a huge dragon. It soared into the sky and directly shattered the beast claw. A dragon roar seemed to resound in the void. The dragon circled in the sky and fiercely swooped down, entering the ancient seal in the old turtle's hand. Whoever dares to touch my brother, I will slaughter his entire clan. The old turtle's cold voice came from the depths of the forbidden area and clearly reached the ears of every cultivator. Then, he actually directly killed his way into the depths of the forbidden area. Chapter 28:33. Roar. In the depths of the eastern region Devil Cave, a roar of anger and unwillingness was heard. The entire Devil Cave trembled, causing the group of demons to howl in fear. Boundless demonic chi surged. On a formation platform in the depths of the Devil Cave, a demonic figure stood. This demonic figure was clad in demonic armor and was shrouded in demonic flames from head to toe. War Devil, what the hell are you shouting for? At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. Scram! Roared the demonic figure standing on the platform. An extremely strong demonic might burst forth from his body. This demonic figure was the exceptional war demon that had just retreated from the forbidden zone of the heavenly ruin. I'll scram just because you told me to. Do you think you're the demon ancestor? It was a crimson-haired youth. He walked out of the rumbling demonic chi and stood opposite the supreme war devil. He sneered at the war devil on the formation platform. Io, where's your warhorse and your weapon? Kaka, don't tell me you lost your warhorse and weapon after being chased by someone? The crimson-haired youth looked at the supreme war devil on the formation platform and sneered. He actually didn't put the supreme war devil in his eyes at all. Emotion, you're courting death. With a roar, the peerless war demon leaped from the platform and pounced towards the crimson-haired young man. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and an endless amount of demonic light condensed into a demonic spear in his hand. Then, he thrust it towards the crimson-haired young man. Although the crimson-haired youth had a very high status in the Devil Cave, the supreme war devil didn't fear him. The crimson-haired youth sneered and waved his hand. A demonic light immediately rushed out from his hand and collided with the demonic spear. Two supreme demonic energies exploded in an instant. The two figures quickly separated, and the vast demonic energy directly turned the formation platform into dust. Emotion was the young lord of the Eastern Region Devil Cave. His cultivation was extremely strong. He had a few clones, but his true body was always in a deep sleep. One of young Master Devilsky's avatars had even fought with Gu Fei before. Young Master Devilsky had always been mysterious, and no one knew when he was traveling with his avatar and when his true body would descend. What's wrong? Are you looking for someone to vent your anger on after being taught a lesson outside? Unfortunately, you've found the wrong target. Young Lord Demonic Sky stared at the peerless war devil and said with disdain, "Roar." The peerless war devil roared and pounced towards young Master Devilsky once again. If you want to fight, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? The young Lord of Evil Sky roared and made his move as well. A demonic dragon rushed out from his hand and charged towards the peerless war demon. Just as the two Devil Path experts were about to engage in a fierce battle, a figure suddenly appeared between them. The demonic figure separated his hands and blocked the attacks of the young Lord Demon Sky and the peerless war demon. Enough. The demonic figure that suddenly appeared swept a glance at the young Lord Demonic Sky and the peerless war devil before saying sternly, "Father." When the young Lord Demonic Sky saw the figure of the demons that suddenly appeared, he couldn't help but be shocked and quickly bowed towards the figure. "Greetings, Demon Lord." The peerless war demon didn't dare to be negligent. One must know that the incoming demons was the Demon Lord of the Eastern Region Demon Lair. This caused his heart to tremble and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "All of you, scram." The Demon Lord of the Eastern Region Demon Lair said coldly. The figure of the Demon Lord gave off an illusory feeling, as if a gust of wind could blow his figure away. However, it was this demonic figure that easily blocked the attacks of the young Lord Demonic Sky and the peerless war demon. The young Lord Demonic Sky and the peerless war demon didn't dare to say anything and quickly retreated. They didn't dare to anger the Demon Lord. One must know that the Demon Lord was a demon ancestor. It wasn't a secret that the Demon Lord of the Eastern Region Demon Lair was a demon ancestor. However, this demon ancestor wasn't at his peak. This demon ancestor was still in a deep slumber, and this figure was merely one of his incarnations. After the young Lord Demonic Sky and the peerless war demon left, the Demon Lord's figure also disappeared into the void. Just as the Eastern Region Demon Lord appeared to stop the battle between the young Lord Demonic Sky and the peerless war demon, a great battle was taking place in the depths of the Sky Ruin. The life form of the Forbidden Region actually wanted to sneak an attack on Gu Fei while he was cultivating, trying to disturb Gu Fei's cultivation. This made the old tortoise furious. The old tortoise took a step forward and charged into the depths of the Sky Ruin's Forbidden Region, fighting against the incomparably powerful life form. How dare you touch my brother? You guys are simply courting death. In the depths of the forbidden region, the old tortoise scolded and attacked. He hadn't even used the Thai sovereign seal yet, but he could already fight against the life form. Humph! The life form sneered and didn't say anything. Instead, he attacked with all his might, wanting to kill the old tortoise. Rumble! The life form stretched out his right hand and a starry sky gushed out from his palm, enveloping the old tortoise. A powerful force sealed the entire void. Insignificant tricks, the old tortoise said disdainfully. Then, he also stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. A huge palm appeared between the heavens and the earth, directly slapping into the starry sky that enveloped it. The starry sky was instantly destroyed. The starry sky collapsed and the old tortoise's palm collided with the life form's right hand, causing a muffled sound to erupt. Crack. Then, the sound of bones breaking was heard. The life form from the forbidden region screamed and was sent flying. The life form from the mortal realm seems to be much weaker than the ones from the heavenly realm. The old tortoise felt strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He directly chased after the life form, wanting to kill it. A shocking killing intent spread from his body. Swish. The life form from the forbidden region rushed into a cave in the depths of the forbidden region. It was a cave that inhaled and exhaled chaotic chi. The sound of iron chains colliding was heard from inside. Want to escape? The old tortoise directly chased after it without fear and rushed into the cave. The moment the old tortoise rushed into the cave, a dazzling divine light burst out of the cave, and a terrifying destructive force exploded in an instant. The cave collapsed, burying the old tortoise inside. Roar. A muffled roar came from the collapsed cave. Then, the entire ground began to shake. Boom! Soil splashed everywhere. A figure holding a large seal rushed out of the collapsed cave. Chapter 28:34. Rumble. A shocking sound came from the depths of the forbidden zone. Rays of black light rushed out from the ground, breaking through the void and destroying the sky. Clanging sounds kept coming from the depths of the earth. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from the depths of the earth, as if a creature that had been sleeping for countless years was awakening. At this moment, the old tortoise rushed up to the sky and looked down. The ground was collapsing, and an extremely ferocious aura surged out from the cracks. He could not help but be moved. When the chaotic cave suddenly collapsed, he used the Tai Huang seal to protect himself and escaped the disaster. What's going on? Is there a big guy hiding under the forbidden zone? The old tortoise was shocked. At this time, Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the void. He still had not woken up from the mystic enlightenment state. One should know that it was the invincible sword intent of the heaven-punishing 9 swords. It was not something that could be comprehended in a short time. Since ancient times, the ethereal enlightenment realm had always been a legendary cultivation state. This state was mysterious and unfathomable, hard to describe. Only super antiques like Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the old tortoise knew of such a cultivation state. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the old tortoise had never entered such a state of cultivation. It was definitely a coincidence that Gu Fei could enter such a state of cultivation. It was something that could only be encountered and not sought. To Gu Fei, it was definitely a great thing. The mystic enlightenment state was even more heaven-defying than enlightenment. It was like the sky-punishing sword ancestor was personally passing on the technique. A sword aura fluctuation that made the heaven and earth lose their color appeared on Gu Fei's body. This shocked the people outside the forbidden zone. Wasn't Gu Fei a martial artist? Why did he cultivate the sword path? In fact, there was the sword path and the martial path. To be precise, the sword path was only a branch of the martial path. There were 3,000 great paths, and all of them could be achieved. The sky-punishing sword ancestor was an existence that had cultivated the sword path to the extreme since ancient times. Even a demon ancestor of the same level would have to retreat when he slashed with his sword. At that moment, something happened in the depths of the forbidden zone. An iron chain rushed out from the depths of the earth and pierced through the old tortoise in the sky. At the same time, another chain broke through the ground, piercing towards Gu Fei who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the distance. The powerful being deep underground was attacking Old Tortoise and Gu Fei at the same time. The mysterious being knew that Gu Fei was in a strange state and did not want to see Gu Fei become stronger. Preposterous. The Old Tortoise was infuriated by this scene. However, he had lost the initiative and couldn't stop the chain from piercing through Gu Fei's body. However, he still made his move. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the chain that was piercing towards Gu Fei. At the same time, the Tai Sovereign seal in his hand flew up and directly smashed into the chain that was piercing towards him. Clang! The chain that was struck by the Grand Sovereign seal immediately shattered inch by inch, and countless pieces of scrap metal fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the chain that was piercing towards Gu Fei was about to pierce into Gu Fei's body. However, the chain broke into countless pieces when it was about to pierce Gu Fei's body. A powerful sword ripple spread out from Gu Fei's body, shattering the chains that had pierced through him. They were unable to harm him at all. Die! The Old Tortoise was enraged, truly enraged. He immediately took out the Tai Huang seal. An ancient seal came crashing down from the sky, and a terrifying force came crashing down, causing the ground to collapse. Roar! An angry roar came from the depths of the earth. A huge beast's claw rushed out from the ground and slapped towards the Tai Sovereign seal that was coming down from the sky. Humph! Seeing this scene, the Old Tortoise sneered. This guy is really reckless. How dare he fight against my Tai Sovereign seal head-on? The Tai Sovereign seal released an extremely strong aura that destroyed the entire world. If it was not for the Old Tortoise's careful control, this attack would have destroyed the entire forbidden area of the heavenly ruin. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge beast's claw that came out from the ground collided with the Tai Sovereign seal. An extremely strong force suddenly erupted. Blood appeared, and the beast's claw that had slapped the Tai Sovereign seal was broken into pieces, turning into a mist of blood. An angry roar came from the depths of the earth. The ground suddenly shook violently like waves, and the beast's claw retracted into the earth. Bang! The Tai Sovereign seal directly pressed down. The old turtle could vaguely see a giant beast struggling in the depths of the earth, trying to escape. However, the Tai Sovereign seal had sealed the void of this part of the world. The giant beast couldn't escape at all. There was no suspense. After all, the Tai Sovereign seal was an extremely strong demon weapon. In the Old Tortoise's hands, this demon weapon could unleash its greatest power. In the end, the huge beast in the depths of the earth was killed by the Tai Sovereign seal. Its body and soul were both destroyed. An extremely strong creature from the forbidden area of the heavenly ruin was killed by the Old Tortoise's Tai Sovereign seal just like that. The mysterious creature was unlucky to have gone to cause trouble for Gu Fei. In fact, the mysterious creature that had fought with Gu Fei was only a spiritual body. The huge beast in the depths of the earth was the mysterious creature's real body. The mysterious creature's real body was trapped in the depths of the earth. It wanted to break the shackles on its body with the help of the Old Tortoise's Tai Sovereign seal and escape. Unfortunately, the mysterious creature never expected the Old Tortoise to be so fierce. It severely underestimated the power of the Tai Sovereign seal, so the mysterious creature met a tragic end. After the Old Tortoise killed the mysterious creature, he stood to the side to protect Gu Fei. Outside the forbidden area, the experts who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded when they saw the Old Tortoise kill the mysterious creature. They could not believe it. However, some experts also felt that the mysterious creature in the heavenly market was not particularly strong. The fact that a forbidden area of the human world had been destroyed just like that was unbelievable to many people. What an undeserved reputation. At this moment, the Dongfang clan's elder was filled with regret. He had even used a quasi-paragon saint artifact as a price to get the mysterious being to act. It was the human emperor's seal, which was now in the Old Tortoise's hands. It was his spoil of war. Many people left after the battle ended. When the news spread, the entire cultivation world of the human world was in an uproar. Everyone could not believe it. When the news reached the heaven realm, all the forces were shocked. At this time, Gu Fei was still in the state of the mystic enlightenment. He had entered a deep state of comprehension. It was impossible for him to exit that state in a short time. Gu Zhong and the others entered the forbidden area, but they did not dare to get too close to Gu Fei. With the old tortoise protecting Gu Fei, no one dared to touch Gu Fei. Ghost Emperor Fengdu also said that he would kill anyone who dared to disturb Gu Fei. Chapter 28:35. Old Turtle and Gu Fei leveled another forbidden area. This kind of achievement was simply unprecedented. They had done something that no one had ever done before. The existence of the forbidden area could be traced back to the most distant era. Moreover, since the day the forbidden area appeared, it had always existed. Even in the darkest era, no one could level the forbidden area. Someone sensitively sensed that a variable had appeared in this life. Otherwise, how could the forbidden area that had existed for countless years be leveled? This life might be different from any previous life. However, no one knew what the variable in this life was. However, all the cultivators in the cultivation world of the Tonglong continent knew one thing. That was, Ghost Emperor Fengdu seemed to favor Gu Fei. This was definitely not a good thing for those who had enmity with Gu Fei. Before Ghost Emperor Fengdu left the heavenly market, he said something that shocked all the forces. Whoever dared to interfere with Gu Fei, he would kill them. This was what Ghost Emperor Fengdu said. No one dared to ignore his words. He seemed to have never valued a rising star so much. Venerable. In the ghost palace of Fengdu, on a palace floating high in the sky, a gray-clothed man sat on a throne in the main hall and muttered to himself. Under his messy hair, two bright eyes could be seen. This mysterious man with fluffy hair and ragged clothes was the supreme existence that even Ghost Emperor Fengdu had to serve carefully. I hope this little guy won't disappoint me. The mysterious man's eyes dimmed. Then, he stopped talking as if he had fallen asleep. Soon, a loud snoring sound came from the main hall. Yes, Gu Fei has also come to the mortal world. Tonglong continent, southern wasteland, deep in the 100,000 mountain range. A golden-haired young man sat on a mountain peak. Suddenly, he looked to the east and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The news that Gu Fei and Old Turtle had leveled the forbidden area of the heavenly market spread to the western Buddhist land. All the higher-ups of the Buddhist sects felt great pressure. This was really a matter of internal and external troubles. It was conceivable that the days of the Western Buddhist sect would become more and more difficult. If only the incarnation of Lord Buddha was still here. In the depths of the Western Buddhist land, at the peak of the Spirit Mountain, an old baldy muttered to himself. He sat cross-legged on a large rock, and he wore a dirty kasaya. This old baldy was Heavenly Monk Fation. The dirty kasaya he was wearing had a great history. It was a kasaya worn by Lord Buddha in the past, and it had a great power to subdue demons. But now, this kasaya was being worn by Heavenly Monk Dharma. Back then, in the heavenly market, when the heavenly path platform appeared, it accidentally opened a passageway between the human realm and the heavenly realm. After a huge battle, the Lord Buddha's incarnation entered the heavenly realm and disappeared without a trace. If the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord was still around, how could the Buddhist devils have the chance to wreak havoc in the Buddhist land? The ancient chaos 7 Buddha devils and the Buddha devil that had escaped from the Buddha land formed a powerful force. It was a force that could almost contend against West Earth's Spirit Mountain. The 8 great Buddha devils were eyeing West Earth's Buddhist holy land covetously. They could attack Spirit Mountain at any time and occupy this immortal sacred mountain. West Earth's Buddhist holy land was in big trouble, so they naturally wouldn't find trouble with Gu Fei. However, that little monk Fanshio had always been sinister and cunning. He wouldn't act according to common sense, so Gu Fei had to be careful and didn't dare to let his guard down. At this time, Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the void. The forbidden area of the heavenly market was silent. No one spoke, but everyone could clearly hear each other's breathing. The old turtle was guarding him from the side. Even Gu Zhong and the others couldn't get close to him. Master, big brother. Gu Zhong and Shaoqing were very worried. It should be known that this place wasn't a good place, but they didn't dare to disturb Gu Fei's cultivation. Another few hours passed before Gu Fei's body suddenly moved. In the next moment, the extremely sharp sword intent that had been radiating from his body quickly retracted, completely submerging into his body. This, the old turtle, who had been guarding at the side, couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei would withdraw from the cultivation state of the mystic enlightenment realm so quickly. One sword to punish the heavens. Gu Fei opened his eyes and waved his right hand. A dazzling sword light immediately soared into the starry sky and slashed into the depths of the starry sky. In an instant, a star was split in half. Good. The old turtle clapped his hands and walked over. You came at the right time. Fight with me first. As Gu Fei spoke, he stood up in the void. As he stood up, a shocking sword chi immediately rushed out from his body. Swoosh! Gu Fei didn't think much and directly slashed his right hand at the old turtle. His right hand seemed to have turned into a divine weapon that split the void in half. Okay, then I'll practice with you. The old turtle's fighting spirit was provoked by Gu Fei. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed Gu Fei's slashing right hand. Then, with a pull, Gu Fei's entire body flew up and smashed into the ground. Good heavens! While Gu Fei was shocked, he had already smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Dust flew everywhere as his entire body sank into the soil. Buzz! A sword chime was heard, and a sword light soared into the sky from the big pit. It arrived high in the sky and stood opposite the old turtle. Master, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. However, he didn't go over because the two experts were in the middle of a fight. If he wasn't careful, he might be affected. Why are those two fighting? Many people outside the forbidden area of the Sky Market were shocked and puzzled. No one knew why the old turtle and Gu Fei were fighting, but for some people, they were happy to see this scene. Be careful, I'm going to get serious. Gu Fei looked at the old turtle and said, Come on. The old turtle shrugged and said indifferently, Buzz. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He separated his hands and two golden sword shadows suddenly appeared in the void, emitting an extremely powerful sword chi. Go! Gu Fei growled and waved his hands. The two golden sword shadows immediately rushed out and strangled the old turtle, which made the old turtle's heart tremble. Old Tortoise stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. A tortoise shell immediately appeared in the void. The two strands of sword light slashed at the tortoise shell but were blocked by the tortoise shell. Chapter 28:36. Although Gu Fei was only sparring with the old tortoise in the forbidden area of the heavenly market and was not really fighting, the mighty power was still shocking. Rumble! The void shook, which made the forbidden area of the heavenly market, which was already almost destroyed, even worse. Some places directly sank, and a large area collapsed, causing dust to rise high into the sky. Buzz! At that moment, Gu Fei's body was surrounded by sword light, as if there were countless heavenly swords hovering and dancing around him. He displayed the profound meaning of the sky-punishing swordsmanship to the fullest. Swoosh! As Gu Fei waved his hand, a dazzling golden light immediately rushed out from his hand. It directly broke through the void and instantly slashed in front of the old tortoise. Ouch! The old tortoise cried out in surprise and quickly dodged. However, the sword light was extremely fast and actually slashed past his body. A strand of his hair floated down from the sky. Brat, are you trying to kill me? The old tortoise scolded. Gu Fei's previous attack really shocked him. After all, even the old tortoise would be injured if he was struck by the sword light triggered by the supreme swordsmanship. Haha, if I can even injure you, then you, big tortoise, deserve to be unlucky. Gu Fei laughed and continued to attack. This time, countless sword lights interweaved and formed a large net that enveloped the old tortoise. Sigh, I have to be more serious. The old tortoise's body trembled as he spoke. A ball of divine light immediately surged from his body, and a huge tortoise shell appeared on his body. Clang! The interweaved sword light that formed a net fell on the old tortoise's tortoise shell. However, the sword light was shaken off by the shell and shattered in the void. Brat, have a taste of my tortoise shell. The old tortoise shouted and extended his hand. The huge tortoise shell that emerged from his body immediately appeared in his hand. He then swung the tortoise shell in his hand, and smashed it at Gu Fei. The tortoise shell was so hard that even the heaven-punishing sword light couldn't leave any marks on it. Gu Fei was speechless. This tortoise shell was the old turtle's protective treasure. Back then, the old turtle was trapped in the isolation formation and was worn down by the power of the isolation formation for countless years. It was because of this tortoise shell that the old turtle did not perish. Boom! Gu Fei clenched his right hand, and boundless sword light instantly converged on his right fist. After that, he punched out and smashed it directly against the turtle shell. The powerful impact shook the tortoise shell, and the powerful sword light condensed on Gu Fei's right fist instantly exploded, and the tortoise shell made a clanging sound. Ancient runes appeared on the tortoise shell, dispersing the power of Gu Fei's punch. What a hard turtle shell! Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. This tortoise shell was many times more powerful than when he met the old turtle. It seemed that this was the true power of the tortoise shell. The two figures quickly separated, and then they fought again. All kinds of great techniques and thousands of Tao laws surged from the bodies of the two great experts, causing everyone to feel dizzy and dizzy. This was not a real fight, but a kind of verification. Gu Fei was using the old turtle to verify his own knowledge, and the old turtle was doing the same. Gu Zhong and the others couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't really understand what the two cultivators were displaying. He felt as if there was a thin veil in front of him. He seemed to see something, but he couldn't see anything clearly. This feeling made him crazy. However, Gu Zhong was very clear that as long as he tore this veil in front of him, his cultivation would rise to a new level and realm. The other spectators also felt the same, especially the saints like the Iron Blood Taoist and Shaoqing. Those who hadn't become saints found it difficult to comprehend anything. The battle between Gu Fei and the old turtle caused heaven and earth to boil and the void to explode. An extremely terrifying aura spread out, not only enveloping the entire forbidden area of the heavenly market, but even the entire heavenly market was enveloped by the aura of the two great experts. Countless cultivators had gathered at the ancient road to heaven in the sky market. At this time, everyone was looking at the forbidden area in fear. This Gu Fei is getting stronger and stronger. Someone said something like that. At this time, the people of the Dongfang clan were extremely depressed, especially the clan elder. If they could start over, they definitely wouldn't have provoked this killer. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Moreover, in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Dongfang clan, Gu Fei was just an ant that they could crush with one finger. No one would have thought that Gu Fei would be able to grow so smoothly and reach such a level. The battle between Gu Fei and the old turtle lasted for a day and a night. Both of them didn't hold anything back and unleashed everything they had learned, felt, and comprehended. As they verified each other, Gu Fei gained great benefits. He knew what he was still lacking and where he was still lacking. He continued to perfect his great path during the battle. Every life in the world was unique. There was no second Gu Fei in the world, and the great path comprehended by every powerful creature was also unique. Gu Fei's great path only belonged to Gu Fei. It was unique and didn't belong to anyone. Whether it was the martial path or the sword path, it was just a way for him to find his true self. The great path was only him. This kind of comprehension was very mysterious and indescribable. Only by comprehending could one understand the profoundness within. One had to know that there were as many cultivators as there were hairs on an ox, but those who truly comprehended were few and far between. Gu Fei comprehended it, so he wanted to take that step. However, he only wanted to take that step and didn't actually take it. He already had a direction. It was as if a guiding light suddenly appeared in front of him in endless darkness. The sun rose from the east, and the fiendish aura that shrouded the sky above the heavenly market's forbidden zone completely dissipated. The entire region was no longer dark, and sunlight shone into the forbidden zone. Due to the existence of that mysterious creature, the entire heavenly market's forbidden zone had not seen sunlight for many years. Now, the forbidden zone had become a thing of the past. However, the creature in this forbidden zone was really too weak. Some people want to look up the ancient records and actually found some clues. This forbidden zone might just be a cage. Of course, this was only a guess. Gu Fei and the old turtle brought everyone back to Wanxiang City. Then, Gu Fei and the old turtle temporarily went into seclusion to digest what they had comprehended during the battle. Chapter 28:37. The battle in the forbidden area of the Sky Market had ended. The outcome of the battle was unexpected. No one had expected such an outcome. The forbidden area of the human realm had been destroyed just like that. The strength of the living beings in the forbidden area seemed to have been exaggerated. The mysterious living beings in the depths of the forbidden area were not killed by Gu Fei, but by the old tortoise. He had even obtained a quasi-paragon sacred tool, the human emperor's seal. Gu Fei and the old tortoise fought a great battle before returning to Wanxiang City to train in seclusion. However, at that moment, someone came to the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City to pay a visit to Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei happened to be in seclusion. Azure Dragon, it's you? Xiaoqing recognized the young man who came to pay a visit to Gu Fei. This person was the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon tribe who was defeated by Gu Fei. Azure Dragon was a name, but it was also a form of glory. That was because only the strongest expert of the current Azure Dragon tribe was qualified to be called Azure Dragon. Xiaoqing had naturally seen Azure Dragon before. Get Gu Fei to come out and see me. Azure Dragon was very domineering. Although his clothes were tattered, he carried a huge halberd and blocked the entrance of the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City, not allowing anyone from the city lord's mansion to enter. Haha, you were defeated by my big brother, yet you still dare to challenge my big brother? You're simply courting death. Little Qing laughed as he looked at Azure Dragon with a hint of disdain. Although Azure Dragon was powerful, it was a pity that he was born in the same era as Gu Fei, so he was destined to have a tragic ending. In Xiaoqing's opinion, Azure Dragon was not a match for his big brother. At that moment, the Iron Blood Taoist, the three saints of heaven, earth, and human, as well as Gu Zhong, who was guarding outside Gu Fei's seclusion, were alarmed. Azure Dragon. When Gu Zhong saw Azure Dragon, he was shocked. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Azure Dragon would actually dare to come here. Was he courting death? Gu Zhong naturally knew why Azure Dragon was here, but he did not think highly of Azure Dragon. Gu Zhong. When Azure Dragon saw Gu Fei, he couldn't help being startled. It seemed like Gu Fei really was here. He didn't find the wrong place. Thinking about that, he couldn't help feeling excited. You'd better leave. You're no match for my master. Gu Zhong frowned. Humph. Azure Dragon sneered. He fiercely raised his head and stared at Gu Zhong. Then, he said, Do you dare to come out and fight? Since Gu Fei was in closed-door training, he would first use his disciple to practice. Then, when Gu Fei came out of closed-door training, he would fight with Gu Fei. His target was Gu Fei. Why not? Gu Zhong looked at Azure Dragon and said coldly, All right, follow me if you have the guts. As Azure Dragon spoke, he carried his halberd and soared into the sky, charging towards a mountain ridge outside of Wanxiang City. Shua. Gu Zhong took a step forward and executed the 8 steps extreme speed technique, instantly catching up to Qing Long. The two of them landed on 2 mountain peaks. Rumble. 2 supreme auras of the divine path burst from the two of them. The entire world shook and the space around them became unstable. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist, Xiaoqing, and the others chased after them. They stopped high in the sky and looked at the 2 experts who were confronting each other in shock. This Azure Dragon. Only then did Xiaoqing sense Azure Dragon's true cultivation. This guy was actually a great saint, and a peak great saint. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the holy Venerable realm. Gu Zhong was only a great tier sage king. There was a difference of 2 realms between him and Azure Dragon. How could he fight against him? After all, if a cultivator's cultivation base was too far apart, it was a boundary that could not be crossed no matter what. Even a heaven-defying existence would not be able to defeat a being whose cultivation base was 2 great realms higher than theirs. I will suppress my cultivation to the peak tier sage king realm and fight with you. Azure Dragon was extremely confident. He actually suppressed his own body, causing his cultivation to fall to the peak tier sage king realm. He was not willing to suppress Gu Zhong with the power of a great saint. You're courting death. Gu Zhong stared at Azure Dragon on the opposite mountain and said coldly, "Whether I'm courting death or not, you'll know very soon." As Azure Dragon spoke, he pushed his feet off the ground and his entire body suddenly turned into a beam of divine light that soared into the sky. With a roar, he waved the big halberd in his hand and fiercely slashed at Gu Zhong, who was on the opposite mountain. Gu Zhong directly threw out the golden element fist. An extremely powerful fist force erupted from his fist. Bang! His fist directly smashed on the big halberd that was slashing down. Roar! Gu Zhong exerted his strength and actually shook off the big halberd that was slashing down. Then, he directly punched at Azure Dragon's chest and abdomen. Close combat was originally the advantage of a warrior. Kill. Qinglong neither dodged nor dodged. With a furious roar, he also punched out, smashing towards Gu Zhong's head. The power of his fist was extremely powerful. This was a fighting style that did not care about one's life. Both sides would be injured. Bang! Gu Zhong's fist smashed into Azure Dragon's chest and let out a muffled sound. An extremely ferocious fist force instantly erupted from his fist and directly sent Azure Dragon flying tens of thousands of feet away. Gu Zhong managed to avoid being hit in the head, but Azure Dragon's fist still smashed into his shoulder. The shock caused half of his body to go numb, and he was sent flying. Buzz! After Gu Zhong stabilized his body, an extremely powerful wave of sword chi erupted from his body. He extended his hand and wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Then, he separated his hands and golden sword shadows immediately appeared around him. Myriad sword flight. Gu Zhong shouted and waved his hands at Azure Dragon. Countless golden sword shadows immediately appeared around him and immediately pierced towards Azure Dragon. They covered the sky and the earth and were densely packed. Terrifying sword chi rippled in the sky. Azure Dragon borrows the power of the heavens. Azure Dragon did not hesitate and directly used the battle technique of the Azure Dragon clan. The power of the world and the entire world was drawn by him and then crushed towards Gu Zhong. Countless golden sword silhouettes immediately shattered, as if they had been crushed by an invisible divine mountain. The entire world seemed to be pressing down on Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong shouted and waved his hands at Azure Dragon. The countless golden sword shadows that appeared around him immediately pierced towards Azure Dragon. They covered the sky and were densely packed. Terrifying sword chi rippled in the sky. Azure Dragon borrows the power of the heavens. Azure Dragon did not hesitate and directly used the battle technique of the Azure Dragon clan. The power of the world and the entire world was drawn by him and then crushed towards Gu Zhong. Chapter 28:38. Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan of the Southern Wastelands had been a formidable opponent of Gu Fei ever since Gu Fei had made his debut. Back then, Azure Dragon had fought against Gu Fei in the mountains. Even though he had used the Great Dragon Halberd, he was still almost killed by the extremely powerful Gu Fei. If it were not for the experts of the Azure Dragon clan suddenly appearing and saving Azure Dragon, the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation of the Southern Wastelands would have lost his life. The current Azure Dragon could be said to have truly matured. The Azure Dragon bloodline in his body had completely awakened. Azure Dragon was still the strongest person of the younger generation of the Southern Wastelands. He was also one of the few among the Southern Wasteland geniuses of the same generation as Gu Fei. The world of cultivation was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even people with heaven-defying constitutions could die before they matured. Back then, the Southern Wastelands had indeed produced many outstanding prodigies. Azure Dragon was the most dazzling existence among them. At this moment, Azure Dragon seemed to see the figure of Gu Fei from Gu Zhong. The master and disciple were both powerful, domineering, and powerful. Rumble, Azure Dragon used a secret technique of the Azure Dragon clan. He drew in all the world force in the surroundings, and the 3,000 ways surged from him. They turned into destructive beams of light and shot toward Gu Zhong. He had suppressed his cultivation to Saint Ruler. He wanted to defeat Gu Zhong at the same level of cultivation as him. Only then could he demonstrate his strength. Roar! Gu Zhong was in great danger. He roared at the sky, and his hair began to flutter wildly. His gaze became extremely sharp, but he did not panic. Instead, he was filled with battle intent. Heaven Concealing Hand. Gu Zhong roared and immediately used the Heaven Covering Hand. Extremely violent martial power erupted from his body, and a huge golden hand appeared in the void. It emitted a terrifying aura and directly slapped towards the 3,000 rays of light that had pierced through the void. This was a huge shock. The Iron Blood Taoist, Shaoqing, and the others who were watching from afar were incomparably shocked. Even if they were in Gu Zhong's place, they would not be a match for this azure dragon. More than half of the 3,000 Dao lights were destroyed by the golden heaven covering palm. However, there were still a dozen or so Dao lights that broke through the golden palm and pierced through Gu Zhong's martial body. This was an injury of the great Dao. Gu Chengwu's body was pierced by the light of the Dao, and golden blood flowed out. The wound was difficult to heal. When they saw this scene, Shaoqing and the others were greatly alarmed. It was not good for them to take action, because this was a battle between Gu Zhong and Azure Dragon. Victory and defeat would be decided, and life and death would be decided. Even if Gu Fei came, as long as Azure Dragon continued to suppress his cultivation and fight with Gu Zhong at the same level, Gu Fei would not interfere. Of course, if the Azure Dragon no longer suppressed his cultivation and bullied the weak, then it would be a different story. Although Azure Dragon had injured Gu Zhong, he was also sent flying high into the sky by Gu Zhong's heaven-covering palm. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Good heavens! Azure Dragon was extremely shocked. This disciple of Gu Fei was actually so powerful. He was probably not far from being invincible in the same level. In fact, although he had suppressed his cultivation, he still had a great advantage. Although his peak Great Saint cultivation was suppressed, his body was still a true Great Saint's body. The power of his body should not be underestimated. Roar. At this time, Gu Zhong roared. The power of the Saint King level martial body erupted. His entire body seemed to have turned into a golden man cast from gold. Every muscle, bone, and flesh on his body was emitting a dazzling golden light. Golden runes were faintly discernible. Even his long hair had turned golden. Gu Zhong's body emitted a powerful fluctuation of power. His body emitted a dazzling golden divine light. His entire body was like a burning golden divine fire. The dozen or so wounds on his body were healing at a visible speed. The power of the great Tao attached to the wounds was being erased by his own power. Azure Dragon did not take advantage of Gu Zhong's recovery. He was very confident. He stood high in the sky and looked down at Gu Zhong. The combat power of this junior had already exceeded his expectations. A warrior was invincible in the same level. This was definitely not a lie. If it was an ordinary Saint King, he would have been killed by Gu Zhong with a single punch. Again, Gu Zhong had completely recovered. His battle intent was even more powerful. His blood and qi were exuberant. He roared and soared into the sky, directly attacking Azure Dragon in the sky. Like a dragon soaring into the sky, he pressed forward with indomitable will. Gu Fei has accepted a good disciple. Even Azure Dragon could not help but sigh. He swooped down from the sky and turned into a huge dragon. He instantly collided with Gu Zhong, who soared into the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the two experts collided with each other and instantly separated. However, they instantly collided again, unleashing their killing techniques and fighting fiercely in close combat. It was as if a golden dragon and a green dragon were fighting with all their might. It was extremely intense. Bang! A green fist ruthlessly smashed into Gu Zhong's shoulder. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Gu Zhong was sent flying by this punch. However, at the moment when Gu Zhong was sent flying, Azure Dragon's chest was also hit by Gu Zhong's fist. Azure Dragon was sent flying. His chest caved in and a fist mark appeared. Close combat had always been a martialist's specialty. If they were of the same rank, Azure Dragon would not be able to gain any advantage over Gu Zhong in close combat. However, for existences like Gu Zhong and Azure Dragon, as long as they were not injured by the Great Path, even if they were smashed into pieces, they could recover in an instant. Gu Zhong's bones and tendons that were smashed by Azure Dragon healed in an instant. He had completely recovered. He once again rushed forward. Good timing. The fist mark on Azure Dragon's chest also disappeared. He shouted and rushed towards Gu Zhong, who was rushing towards him. The battle continued. The two experts each displayed their strengths. They fought from the sky to the ground, deep into the ground, and from the ground to the sky. It was hard to tell who would win. That Azure Dragon is too conceited. Who can defeat Gu Zhong at the same level? Xiaoqing said. Although Azure Dragon was strong, he knew very well that if Azure Dragon did not have the physical body of a peak great sage, he would have been defeated by Gu Zhong. Invincible among the same level warriors, Iron Blood Taoist looked at the two people fighting in the distant sky and could not help but murmur to himself. At this time, all the practitioners in Wanxiang City were alarmed by the battle outside the city. Countless practitioners climbed up the city wall. Some experts also rushed to the sky to watch the battle. The news of Gu Zhong's battle spread quickly. This shocked all the major forces in the entire eastern region, who dared to find trouble with Gu Fei and his disciple at this time. The forbidden area of Sky Market had just been conquered. The battle between Gu Fei and the old turtle was also witnessed by everyone. After the battle in the forbidden area of Sky Market, Gu Fei's cultivation had increased significantly. He could take that crucial step at any time. In the entire eastern region, no one dared to find trouble with Gu Fei at this time, regardless of whether it was the Zhao family or the Dongfang family. But now, it was a fact that Gu Zhong was fighting with someone outside Wanxiang City. After the experts of the major forces in the eastern region received the news, they immediately rushed to Wanxiang City. Soon, many powerful figures appeared in the vicinity of Wanxiang City. When they saw the two figures fighting fiercely in the sky, they were indescribably shocked. It's an expert from the Azure Dragon clan of the Southern Wasteland. Soon, some people recognized Azure Dragon's origin. Some people knew that when Gu Fei first started his career, he had gone to the Southern Wasteland and challenged a group of rising stars there. He defeated those so-called heroes of the Southern Wasteland and made them bow down to him. Azure Dragon was one of the strongest opponents that Gu Fei had met in the Southern Wasteland. It's really the supreme of the Southern Wasteland's younger generation, Azure Dragon. The experts of the Dongfang family also came, especially those who were hostile to Gu Fei and his disciple. Someone muttered to himself. Among the younger generation of the Southern Wasteland, Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan was definitely a supreme existence. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the Desolate clan had always been paying attention to the movements of the various regions of the Tanglong continent. Everyone knew about the prestige of the Azure Dragon of the Southern Wasteland's Azure Dragon clan. It's really Azure Dragon. A young man from the Zhao family of the Desolate clan stared at the figure fighting with Gu Zhong. His eyes emitted an incomparably fierce light. Zhao Kuang, an outstanding disciple of the Zhao family. If it wasn't for the existence of the Zhao family's goddess, Zhao Zairu, he would have been the Zhao family's god. In the Zhao family, in every generation, there would only be one outstanding person who could become a goddess or a god. Zhao Kuang originally had a high chance of becoming the next generation of the Zhao family. Unfortunately, among the younger generation of the Zhao family, there was Zhao Zairu. Zhao Kuang and Gu Fei were from the same generation. Zhao Kuang had once traveled to the Southern Wasteland and met Azure Dragon. He had fought with Azure Dragon. At that time, due to some reason, he and Azure Dragon couldn't determine the winner. Being able to fight with Azure Dragon and not being defeated was enough for Zhao Kuang to be proud. At this time, when he saw Azure Dragon again, his mood was somewhat complicated. He didn't expect Azure Dragon to be so powerful that he had already left him far behind. I can't compare with Gu Fei. I can't compare with Azure Dragon. I'm afraid I can't even compare with Gu Zhou. Chapter 2839. Gu Fei was like an insurmountable mountain, suppressing people of the same generation to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. Zhao Kuang was a well-known figure among the younger generation of the Zhao clan, but he knew that he couldn't compare to Gu Fei and Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. But now, it seemed that he couldn't even compare to Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. This made the elite of the Zhao clan feel despair, but he had to admit that Gu Zhong was really strong, far surpassing ordinary Saint Kings. He could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Looks like I have to continue to keep a low profile, Zhao Kuang muttered to himself. He was very smart. Before he had the strength to dominate an area, he wouldn't let others know of his existence so easily. In such a chaotic world, even the forbidden areas that had existed since ancient times were in danger of being flattened. Even the ancient clans were in danger of being annihilated. Some people chose to stay hidden and not reveal themselves. Then, they peacefully lived through this chaotic world. There were actually many people like Zhao Kuang. Even some geniuses were very low profile, and no one even knew of their existence. At this moment, the heavens and earth shook. The battle between Gu Zhong and Azure Dragon had already reached its climax. The two experts were like two barbaric dragons, fighting with all their might. Golden blood sprinkled down from the sky, and there was also dragon blood that was crystalline like agate dripping down. Gu Zhong coughed out blood and was pushed back by Azure Dragon again. His chest caved in, and his sternum was shattered. Azure Dragon directly broke his tendons and bones, and his martial body was heavily injured. But in the next moment, he instantly recovered and rushed towards Azure Dragon again. Gu Zhong directly punched at Azure Dragon, and a dazzling golden light bloomed from his fist. It was like a small golden sun, and an extremely powerful force erupted. His rapidly moving golden fist caused the surrounding space to collapse. Azure Dragon used the great technique of the Azure Dragon clan, the Azure Dragon True Body. A thick layer of green scales appeared on his body, and he looked like a humanoid Azure Dragon. The defense of this green scale was shocking. Even if Gu Zhong's fist directly hit Azure Dragon, it wouldn't cause too much damage to Azure Dragon. Boom! Gu Zhong's fist collided with the Azure Dragon's scaled fist. A ferocious power erupted, and both of them were forced back by the other party's power. Clang! Gu Zhong separated his hands, and golden sword silhouettes immediately appeared around him. A powerful sword aura rippled out from his body. He was Gu Fei's disciple, so he had naturally obtained the cultivation method of the 9 heaven-punishing swords from Gu Fei and cultivated his own heaven-punishing sword chi. 10,000 flying swords. Gu Zhong let out a furious roar and waved his hands. The golden sword shadows hovering in the void around him immediately turned into dazzling golden sword lights that pierced towards the Azure Dragon. Every single ray of sword light displayed great power. Wherever they passed, they would tear apart the surrounding space, leaving behind spatial cracks that were difficult to heal. Humph! Azure Dragon sneered and pounced forward. He was like a humanoid Azure Dragon. He grabbed forward with his dragon claws and shattered the golden sword light that pierced through the air. Then, he arrived in front of Gu Zhong. Swoosh! Azure Dragon extended his right hand and directly grabbed towards Gu Zhong's head. He was extremely powerful. However, Gu Zhong was like a humanoid heaven-punishing sword. His entire body blossomed with heaven-punishing sword light. In the next moment, his body shook and he turned into an extremely sharp heaven-punishing sword light that charged towards the Azure Dragon. A terrifying destructive aura that made Azure Dragon's heart palpitate spread out from the sword light. What? Azure Dragon was instantly shocked. At such a close distance, the speed of the sword light was extremely fast. It was impossible for him to avoid it. In the next moment, Azure Dragon was sent flying by the sword light that pierced through him. The sword light was indestructible. It actually pierced through the green scales that covered his body and pierced into his body. Roar! Azure Dragon roared, and the power of the Azure Dragon erupted from his body. A huge shadow of a dragon emerged from his body and circled in the void. He was drawing the power of the Azure Dragon in his body to fight against the destructive sword light that pierced into his body. The sword light was actually stuck in his body and did not truly pierce through his Azure Dragon real body. However, he felt a destructive force rushing into his body. This force was destroying his life force, causing him to be both shocked and furious. Kill! Azure Dragon roared and slammed his right claw. Clang! The golden sword light that pierced into his body was directly slapped away by him. The sword light dissipated and a figure fell from the void. That person was Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong staggered and almost fell from the sky. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His expression became somewhat dispirited. This kind of killing technique that transformed his body into the heaven-punishing swordlight was not something that he could use now. The result of forcefully using it was that he would be devoured by the sword chi, and his vitality would be greatly damaged. This made him extremely depressed. At this moment, Azure Dragon was shocked and furious. He was almost pierced by the heaven-punishing sword light formed by Gu Zhong's man and sword unity. The heaven-punishing sword chi invaded his body and destroyed his life force. What a terrifying sword chi! Even though Azure Dragon had a physical body at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, it was difficult for him to force out the heaven-punishing sword chi in his body. This shocked him and made him very afraid. He did not expect Gu Zhong to have cultivated such a sword chi. Rumble. The heavens and the earth shook. Rays of divine light fell from the sky and were guided by Azure Dragon. This was the power of the great path of heaven and earth. With the power of the great path in his body, he seemed to have turned into the great path of heaven and earth. Soon, the heaven-punishing sword chi that Gu Zhong had inserted into Azure Dragon's body was forced out. Awesome. Let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow. As Azure Dragon spoke, he turned around and took a step forward. In an instant, he crossed 1,000 miles and disappeared into the void. He had actually left just like that. Everyone who was watching the battle was very surprised. No one expected Azure Dragon to leave just like that. Gu Zhong did not chase after him. He returned to Wanxiang City. He had already vaguely guessed what Azure Dragon was going to do. This guy wanted to find the flaws of his martial arts and combat skills. This Azure Dragon, Shaoqing and the others also understood. Azure Dragon actually used Gu Zhong as a whetstone. This was ridiculous. However, they could not do anything about it. Unless Gu Fei ended his closed-door training and came out to deal with Azure Dragon. Otherwise, it would be a great humiliation for them to be blocked outside Wanxiang City by Azure Dragon and not dare to fight. After Gu Zhong returned to Wanxiang City, he went straight to his usual training place and sat on the futon. Tomorrow. Chapter 2840. Azure Dragon was incomparably domineering and actually blocked the entrance of Wanxiang City. On the second day, he really came to challenge Wanxiang City's entrance. A figure opened his eyes in one of the training grounds of the Wanxiang City Lord's mansion. This person was Gu Zhong. He sensed Azure Dragon's presence the moment he arrived. Without hesitation, Gu Zhong walked out of the training grounds and looked at the sky. It was early in the morning, yet Azure Dragon came so early. Azure Dragon's arrival had already alerted the saint-level experts in Wanxiang City. The heaven, earth, and man saints immediately went up the city walls. Soon after, Shaoqing and the Iron Blood Taoist also arrived. Gu Zhong took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City. He looked at the city gates and saw a figure standing in the void opposite the city gates. That person was looking at him, which made Gu Zhong's heart shudder. He took a step forward and arrived in front of that person. Azure Dragon was still the same. Although his clothes were ordinary, they were very clean. His whole person gave off a rough aura. He carried his great dragon halberd on his shoulder. Gu Zhong took a glance at the great dragon halberd on Azure Dragon's shoulder. The halberd was simple and unadorned, just like an ordinary bronze halberd. No one would have thought that such an unremarkable halberd would be the Azure Dragon clan's most precious treasure that had been passed down for countless years. Let's begin. Azure Dragon looked at Gu Zhong and said calmly. He did not say much and immediately threw a punch at Gu Zhong. A powerful fist force immediately exploded from his right fist. Swoosh! Gu Zhong used the 8 desolation steps and displayed his extreme speed. He soared into the sky and dodged Azure Dragon's punch. Then, he charged into the mountains outside Wanxiang City. He did not want to fight near Wanxiang City. Azure Dragon naturally knew what Gu Zhong wanted to do. He immediately chased after him and started fighting with Gu Zhong in the mountains. The energy ripples from the two experts spread out and immediately alerted the nearby cultivators. Those who watched the fight yesterday did not leave. They're really fighting again. Someone cried out in alarm. That Azure Dragon was truly too powerful. He actually dared to act like this. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of Gu Fei coming out to deal with him? Rumble. the entire mountain range was shaking. The mountain range, which was already almost completely destroyed, finally caved in. The entire land was sinking and was completely destroyed. There were traces left behind by the great battle everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. This battle was much more intense than the previous day. The whole area was boiling, the ground was sinking, and the void was pierced. Even the saint-level experts were shocked by this scene. Several hours later, the battle ended and Gu Zhong returned. His body was dripping with golden essence blood, and there was a bloody hole on his left shoulder. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. The left side of his body had been dyed gold by golden essence blood. Seeing Gu Zhong in such a miserable state, Shaoqing and the others were shocked to the extreme. The Azure Dragon was actually able to heavily injure Gu Zhong. Could it be that he had used a power that surpassed the Saint Ruler realm? Gu Zhong didn't say anything. He immediately returned to his cultivation place and went into seclusion. When the news spread, everyone was indescribably shocked. Azure Dragon was indeed powerful and terrifying. He was actually able to heavily injure Gu Zhong. One should know that Gu Zhong was the eldest disciple of Gu Fei. However, there were also people who saw Azure Dragon leaving with bloodstains all over his body. He was also heavily injured. However, on the second day, Azure Dragon appeared outside the Wanxiang city full of vigor. This made everyone dumbfounded. This guy was really too crazy. He had just fought with Gu Zhong yesterday and left with severe injuries. On the second day, he appeared again as if he had never been injured. Soon, Gu Zhong appeared. The two great experts didn't say anything. They immediately rushed out and left the Wanxiang city. Then, they started fighting. This time, the two great experts still fought fiercely. In the end, both of them were heavily injured. Even someone as powerful as Azure Dragon couldn't defeat Gu Zhong completely. Of course, Azure Dragon suppressed his cultivation to the Saint King realm before he fought with Gu Zhong. If he restored his cultivation to the peak of the Great Sage realm, Gu Zhong wouldn't be his opponent at all. Both of them were heavily injured. Such an ending was unbelievable to all the spectators. Now, even Gu Fei's disciple could fight with Azure Dragon endlessly. If Gu Fei were to fight personally, wouldn't Azure Dragon be in big trouble? His disciple was already so powerful. As the master, Gu Fei was definitely even more powerful. However, after a night, Azure Dragon came again. He really treated Gu Zhong as a whetstone. In these few days, he had fought with Gu Zhong and gained a lot. However, compared to Azure Dragon, Gu Zhong's gains were much greater. He felt that his cultivation was about to make a breakthrough. He was about to break through the shackles. He was already in the great mastery of the Saint King realm. The continuous battles had loosened the bottleneck of his cultivation. Gu Zhong was looking forward to it. Warriors were natural warriors. They could improve their cultivation in battles. To a warrior, a life and death battle was definitely a shortcut to improve their cultivation and combat strength. Without hesitation, Gu Zhong rushed out of the Wanxiang city and fought with Azure Dragon. Powerful energy ripples spread in all directions. Gu Zhong fought with all his might. His blood was boiling. The blood in his body was extremely powerful. He didn't look like he was seriously injured yesterday. Preposterous. What the hell is that Azure Dragon doing? The elder of the Dongfang family could see that something was wrong. Azure Dragon was simply helping Gu Zhong. The continuous battles had gradually forced out Gu Zhong's potential. Looks like I need to help Azure Dragon. In the sky, the elder of the Dongfang family looked at Gu Zhong viciously. If Gu Zhong died in the hands of Azure Dragon, things would become very interesting. The elder of the Dongfang family immediately turned around and left. After a few hours, the battle ended. In this battle, Gu Zhong was still seriously injured by his opponent. He dragged his exhausted body back to the Wanxiang city and was brought into the city lord's residence by Shaoqing. Azure Dragon was also in a difficult situation. He was beaten by Gu Zhong until he coughed out blood and almost injured his life force. The night passed uneventfully. On the second day, Azure Dragon came again. This time, the battle between Gu Zhong and Azure Dragon was as intense as before. Golden blood sprinkled from the sky, and there was also a sparkling blood rain. Just as the battle between Gu Zhong and Qing Long reached its climax, the Dongfang clan elder, who was watching the battle from afar, made his move. A black needle silently shot out from his hand and directly shot towards the space between Gu Zhong's eyebrows. Chapter 28:41. What? Azure Dragon was shocked to see Gu Zhong fall from the sky. His attack wasn't strong enough to make Gu Zhong lose his ability to fly and fall from the sky. At this moment, the Dongfang family elder's attack had succeeded. He immediately turned around and wanted to retreat without a sound. Bang! Like a meteorite, Gu Zhong fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater and causing dust to rise high into the sky. At this moment, a huge hand came down from the sky and grabbed the Dongfang family's elder who was trying to escape. Even someone as strong as the Dongfang family's elder couldn't resist at all. The Dongfang family's elder screamed in pain. His tendons and bones were broken, and he was turned into a pile of meat paste. The primordial spirit of the clan elder was directly captured and then sealed. At this moment, a figure appeared in the void. This person was the extraterrestrial overlord, Ming Qiong, who hadn't shown his face yet. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stunned. The Dongfang family's elder thought that he was very secretive when he ambushed Gu Zhong. However, Ming Qiong, who was hiding in the dark, still noticed it. This Azure Dragon was shocked. Could it be that person who ambushed Gu Zhong? He had just rushed from the southern wasteland to the eastern region to challenge Gu Fei. He hadn't seen the Dongfang family's elder before and didn't know who it was. Even if the elder of the Dongfang family was not a holy venerable, he was still in existence at the peak of the great sage realm. However, his physical body was crushed by this person. This person's cultivation was definitely above the holy venerable realm. There was no doubt about it. Ming Qiong ignored Azure Dragon and rushed down from the sky. What happened? The surrounding spectators were indescribably shocked. Someone had plotted against Gu Zhong, and it was done by the Dongfang family. If Gu Zhong were to die, it would truly pierce through the heavens. Azure Dragon didn't know the Dongfang family's elder, but it didn't mean that the others didn't know. Someone recognized the elder and immediately guessed what had happened. The people of the Dongfang family were really daring. They actually dared to plot against Gu Fei, and they were even caught red-handed. In this way, the Dongfang family had broken the agreement with Ghost King Fengdu. At this time, the Azure Dragon also rushed down from the sky. At that moment, Ming Qiong soared into the sky with Gu Zhong in his arms. With a single step, he returned to the sky above Wanxiang City and returned to the City Lord residence with Gu Zhong in his arms. Shaoqing, Iron Blood Taoist, and the others hurriedly rushed back to the City Lord's mansion. It's the Needle of Extinction. Gu Zhong's eyes were closed as he lay on the floor. His aura was extremely weak, and there was a red the size of a pinhole on his forehead. Outrageous. The Dongfang family is too despicable. Shaoqing and the others were infuriated. The Dongfang family actually dared to plot against Gu Zhong. It seemed like they wanted to be exterminated. Father, Gu Xiaofeng rushed in from outside and couldn't help but grieve when he saw his unconscious father. Only Shaoqing and the others knew of Ming Qiong's existence. Even the three saints of heaven, earth, and man didn't know that such a powerful existence was secretly watching over Wanxiang City. Is this the legendary Needle of Extinction that specializes in destroying the Yuan spirit? The Iron Blood Taoist looked at the red on Gu Zhong's forehead and exclaimed in shock. Even an existence more powerful than Gu Zhong would die after being pierced by this needle. Although Gu Zhong was still alive, he was on his last breath, as if he could die at any time. This made Gu Xiaofeng cry in grief. Among everyone present, only Gu Xiaofeng and Zhuge Liang weren't saints. Shaoqing and the others had already checked Gu Zhong's injuries. Although Gu Zhong's soul was heavily injured, there was a power that protected his soul at a crucial moment. It was the effect of that power that caused him to fall unconscious. Ming Qiong then used a great technique to force the Needle of Extinction out of Gu Zhong's forehead. Everyone looked at it and saw that it was an inconspicuous black needle. It was hard to imagine that a black needle like this had almost taken Gu Zhong's life. After Ming Qiong forced out the Needle of Annihilation, a strange wave of power immediately spread from Gu Zhong's brow, enveloping his entire body. A ball of celestial light appeared on his body, and within the light, there seemed to be divine feathers faintly discernible. The divine feathers wove together and wrapped around Gu Zhong. Xiaoqing was extremely shocked. He could sense the aura of the immortal Tao spreading from Gu Zhong's body. He was both surprised and overjoyed. Gu Zhong definitely wouldn't die. This was the phenomenon of ascension. Gu Zhong was actually using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the ascension secret art. The power of ascension had already wrapped around him. Your father won't die. Stop crying. Little Qing patted the shoulder of Gu Xiaofeng, who was lying on the ground. Uncle Master Qing, what did you say? Gu Xiaofeng was both surprised and overjoyed. He hastily wiped away his tears and got up from the ground. I said that your father won't die. Xiaoqing repeated. Uncle Master Qing, is that true? Gu Xiaofeng blinked. Would I lie to you? Little Qing said snappily. Master Qing, is it the Ascension secret art? The Ironblood Taoist suddenly asked Xiaoqing. Only the Ascension secret art could save Gu Zhong. Otherwise, Gu Zhong's only fate would be the destruction of his body and soul. That's right. Xiaoqing didn't hide anything. News of Gu Fei's mastery of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had long since spread. Gu Zhong was his first disciple, so it was only natural that he'd received his teachings. One had to admit that the Ascension secret art was truly heaven-defying. After that, everyone left the main hall. Only Gu Xiaofeng stayed by his father's side. At this time, a silk-like divine light appeared on Gu Zhong's body. This divine light wrapped him up like a huge silkworm cocoon. Azure Dragon wanted to enter the city to visit Gu Zhong, but was rejected by Xiaoqing and the others. He could only leave, but he didn't leave. He continued to roam around the vicinity of Myriad Phenomenon City. The clan elder is dead. A piece of news came from the Dongfang clan, causing a commotion in the ancestral land of the Dongfang clan. The death of a clan elder was definitely a huge matter for the Dongfang clan. However, the news that came soon after shocked the entire Dongfang family. The clan elder had been ambushed by a mysterious expert who had suddenly appeared and crushed his physical body when he was plotting against Gu Zhong. What should we do? Chapter 2842. Someone actually plotted against Gu Zhong, and the person who did it was actually an elder of the Dongfang family. When the news spread, the entire eastern region and even the entire ancestral dragon stars cultivation world was in an uproar. Gu Fei was a fierce person of his generation. He dared to fight against the mysterious creature in the Forbidden Zone and even joined hands with the old tortoise to flatten the western underworld ocean. Such a fierce disciple was actually plotted against. In an instant, the entire cultivation world's forces focused their attention on the eastern region. The other members of the Dongfang family were indescribably shocked. They never expected that an elder would actually dare to make a move against Gu Fei's disciple at this time. The Dongfang family's ancestral land was heavily guarded. They were preparing for battle because Gu Fei could suddenly attack them at any time. Offending such a fierce person made all the clansmen of the Dongfang family extremely nervous. One must know that this fierce person was incomparably fierce and dared to attack the creatures in the Forbidden Zone. This matter even alarmed the Eastern Sky Tyrant King who was in seclusion. This made him almost vomit blood. How could he have clansmen who were like pigs? In his rage, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King went into seclusion again. She actually didn't care. Many people were guessing what method Gu Fei would use to avenge his disciple. Everyone seemed to have smelled the scent of blood. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no activity in Wanxiang City. No one knew if Gu Zhong had truly died. What's going on? Some people who wanted to watch a good show were disappointed. There was no show to watch because Wanxiang City was still as calm as usual. Azure Dragon was still roaming around outside of Wanxiang City. He originally wanted to enter the city to visit Gu Zhong, but was rejected by Xiaoqing. Many news spread out from Wanxiang City. Some said that Gu Zhong was dead, but others said that Gu Zhong was recuperating and wouldn't recover anytime soon. All kinds of rumors had already spread throughout Wanxiang City. However, only the core members of Wanxiang City knew what happened to Gu Zhong. In the main hall of Wanxiang City's City Lord's mansion, a figure was wrapped in a ball of golden light. The figure was already blurry and silk-like golden light twined around the figure. A golden silkworm cocoon was rapidly forming. There was only one person standing guard in the main hall. This person was little fatty Gu Xiaofeng. Gu Zhong was struck by the extinguishing god needle. If it was an ordinary Saint King that was struck by the extinguishing god needle, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. However, Gu Zhong was an exception. Outside the main hall, there were the heaven, earth, and human saints standing guard. Even if a Saint King wanted to break into the main hall, it would definitely not be an easy task. Shaoqing and Iron Blood Taoist would occasionally come to the main hall to check on Gu Zhong's condition. This time, it was a blessing in disguise for Gu Zhong. Once he recovered, his cultivation would probably reach a whole new level. He might even be able to reach Saint King. While Gu Zhong was enveloped by the winged power and turned into a golden cocoon, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had no intention of coming out. They were still in seclusion. At this time, Ming Qiong handed the sealed origin spirit of the Dongfang family elder to Shaoqing. Then, he left Wanxiang City with the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. No one knew where this mysterious expert was going. Other than Shaoqing and the others, no one knew that Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor had left. At this time, in the Nanman 100,000 mountain range, a golden-haired young man sat on a mountain peak. The mountain wind whistled and his golden hair danced in the wind. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the void opposite the golden-haired young man. He stood in the air and looked at the golden-haired young man fearlessly. A powerful aura spread out from the figure. "You are Yuan Hong." It was a black-clothed middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shrouded in black gas. If one looked closely, one could see that there were actually Dao runes shrouding the black gas around the middle-aged man. "And who are you?" The golden-haired young man sitting on a large rock on the mountain peak said coldly. "Who I am is not important, but someone wants me to kill you." The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at the golden-haired young man and said surprisingly calmly. This golden-haired young man was Yuan Hong. He came to the human world to search for the golden-eyed ape's bloodline, but things did not go smoothly. After many investigations, Yuan Hong found that the golden-eyed ape clan had not appeared in the human world for thousands of years. This surprised him. Someone once saw a golden ape in the southern wasteland 100,000 mountain range. Therefore, Yuan Hong came to the southern wasteland and went straight into the 100,000 mountain range. However, when he entered the 100,000 mountain range, he quickly realized that he was being watched. "You want to kill me? You are not qualified." Yuan Hong looked at the person opposite him and said coldly. His gaze became as sharp as a blade as he glanced at the black-clothed middle-aged man. "Cut the crap. I will send you on your way now," the person said, and immediately attacked. He stretched out his right hand and a ball of black light immediately rushed out of his hand, blasting towards Yuan Hong on the mountain peak. Swoosh! Yuan Hong moved and instantly disappeared. The next moment, when he reappeared, he was already above the black-clothed middle-aged man's head. Without any hesitation, Yuan Hong directly stepped on the man's head. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the man's entire head was stomped into his chest. "TSK, I thought this guy was strong. It turns out that he is a piece of trash." Yuan Hong muttered to himself. Roar! Just when Yuan Hong stomped the black-clothed middle-aged man to death, an angry roar came from another place in the 100,000 mountain range, causing all the birds and beasts in the mountain to flee. "Cut the crap. I will send you on your way now," the person said, and directly attacked. He stretched out his right hand and a ball of black light immediately rushed out of his hand, blasting towards Yuan Hong on the mountain peak. Swoosh! Yuan Hong moved, instantly disappearing from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already above the black-clothed middle-aged man's head. Without any hesitation, Yuan Hong directly stepped on the man's head. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the man's entire head was stomped into his chest. "TSK, I thought this guy was strong. It turns out that he is a piece of trash." Yuan Hong muttered to himself. Roar! Chapter 28:43. Yuan Hong was proficient in the art of tracking. With a counterattack, he killed his way to the stronghold of the assassins in the mountains, and a huge battle broke out. Roar! Yuan Hong roared into the sky as a gigantic shadow of a golden ape appeared on his body. An extremely powerful force rippled out from his body. Boom! With a single punch, the valley in front of him exploded, causing dust to shoot up into the sky. The dozens of figures in the valley were instantly turned into dozens of bloody mists, dissipating into the void. Their bodies and spirits were completely destroyed. However, two figures rushed out from the valley, roaring as they charged towards Yuan Hong in the sky. A chilling, killing intent that caused one's heart to palpitate permeated the entire area. Clang! A beam of sword light shot out from the body of a white-robed middle-aged man, turning into an indestructible beam of light that slashed towards Yuan Hong. Oomph! Yuan Hong sneered as he punched out with his right fist, clashing against the incoming beam of sword light. A metallic sound rang out as that extremely sharp beam of sword light was sent flying by his fist. There's an error in the information. We've been scammed. The white-robed middle-aged man roared. At this moment, another powerful being suddenly hid in the void. In the next moment, a killing sword pierced out from the void, aiming for Yuan Hong's forehead. Yuan Hong stretched out his right hand and grabbed the incoming killing sword. He then punched out with his left fist, causing the void to tremble. A black figure fell out from the void, coughing out blood as he was sent flying. He's tough. Retreat. The black figure transmitted his voice to the white-robed middle-aged man. They felt extremely aggrieved. They were Slayer sages, people who had entered the Tao through killing. But today, they were defeated so easily and had no choice but to flee for their lives. This was the first time that they had met a powerful existence that they could not assassinate. The two Slayer sages crushed a piece of jade talisman in their hands. Instantly, they were enveloped by the divine light emitted from the jade talisman and were about to break through the void. However, at this moment, two huge hands grabbed over from afar, grabbing the two balls of divine light. Bam! Bam! With two sounds, the two huge golden hands actually crushed the two balls of divine light. The two slaughter saints didn't even have the time to let out a cry before they were reduced to a bloody mist. Even their souls couldn't escape before they were sealed up by Yuan Hong. Soon, Yuan Hong learned what he wanted to know from the two Slayer Saints' soul memories. Lu Wailu Assassin Organization. Yuan Hong frowned. He did not manage to find out who had hired them to kill him from the memories of the souls of the two Slaughter Saints. He directly destroyed the primordial spirits of the two Slaughter Saints. He would never show mercy to his enemies. As long as they were his enemies, he would kill them and pull them up by the roots. Who is it? Could it be that guy? Yuan Hong stood high up in the sky, scanning his surroundings. His divine sense instantly enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles, and a weak aura instantly disappeared from his senses. He runs really fast. Yuan Hong couldn't help being moved. The other party's cultivation wasn't weak. He was from the Assassin Organization, and he was also the mastermind who hired the Slaughter Saints to kill him. Yuan Hong had many enemies. Not long ago, he had fought with a clone of Yuan Gu Emperor Xian in the Heavenly Realm. However, given the identity of Yuan Gu Heavenly Emperor, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Yuan Gu shook his head. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and directly left the 100,000 Mountains, heading towards Dragon Emperor City in the outside world. Dragon Emperor City in the southern wilderness was an ancient city that had existed for thousands of years. Just as Yuan Hong was heading towards Dragon Emperor City in the eastern domain, outside of Wanxiang City, Azure Dragon encountered a sudden assassination. In a mountain forest, a Slaughter Saint attacked and almost beheaded Azure Dragon with a single sword strike. Slaughter Saints were existences that achieved their Tao through killing. They were proficient in all kinds of assassination techniques. If they missed their target, they would definitely flee thousands of miles away. However, who was Azure Dragon? He directly chased after the Slaughter Saint. In a valley thousands of miles away, Azure Dragon intercepted the Slaughter Saint. After a great battle, Azure Dragon killed the Slaughter Saint with his great dragon halberd. An assassin organization. Azure Dragon felt very surprised. Why was he targeted by an assassin organization? Just as the Azure Dragon killed the Slayer Saint, In an extremely hidden place on the Tanglong continent, a clear sound of something shattering rang out from a gloomy hall. Dead again. This is the third slaughter saint that has fallen. What the hell happened? An aged voice came from the palace hall. This was an ancient palace hall that made everyone feel mysterious and terrifying. This palace hall was the sacred palace of the Tower Wili assassin organization. In the sacred palace, where the life tokens were stored, 3 life tokens had already shattered. This meant that 3 slaughter saints of the Tower Wili assassin organization had fallen. Even a powerful assassin organization like the Tower Wili assassin organization would suffer a great loss after losing 3 slaughter saints in a row. Could it be that someone actually dared to trick us? The aged voice sounded. Ancestor, what should we do now? Please enlighten us. Another voice sounded. Call them back. The operation is temporarily over. The aged voice said, yes. Someone responded. Then, the entire hall fell silent. No one said a word. The situation of the entire Tanglong continent had become more and more complicated. There was a hidden force that was targeting Gu Fei. If Azure Dragon died near Wanxiang City, the Azure Dragon tribe would definitely blame Azure Dragon's death on Gu Fei. In this way, Gu Fei would become a sworn enemy of the Azure Dragon tribe. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were cultivating in seclusion, a thunderous sound came from an ancient ruin in the Central Plains. An ancient formation platform that was buried deep in the ruins broke through the ground and floated in the void. A ray of divine light shot out from the formation platform and disappeared into the boundless starry sky. In the boundless starry sky, a divine island was heading toward the ancestral star of the soaring dragon tribe. It was an ancient path that an extremely powerful existence had set foot on. Swoosh! A ray of divine light shot out from the front and instantly disappeared into an ancient formation platform deep in the divine island. In the next moment, a ray of divine light spread from the formation platform deep in the divine island and enveloped the entire divine island. Very soon, a void passage appeared in the starry sky, and the divine island disappeared into the void passage. Rumble. The void trembled and the divine island appeared in the sky above an ancient ruin somewhere in the Central Plains. Chapter 28:44. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. In the Central Plains, within an ancient ruin, an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation could be felt. An incomparably gigantic divine island appeared in the air above the ruins. The divine island blocked the entire sky above the ruins, casting a huge shadow over them. A young Taoist then walked out from the depths of the divine island. This is the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. The young man rushed up into the sky and stood high up in the sky. He looked around once. At this moment, there were many cultivators outside the ancient ruins. The commotion caused by the arrival of the divine island was simply too great. The cultivators in the surroundings were alarmed and naturally came over to take a look. Very weak. Could it be that even the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star has declined? The young man's divine sense instantly enveloped a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. Within this radius, he couldn't sense any powerful existences. However, the Central Plains was incomparably vast. It wasn't something a young man could imagine. In the human realm, among the 5 ancestral stars, the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star was the most transcendent. For some unknown reason, the powerful existences from the other ancestral stars all rushed here. There were even supreme existences who didn't leave after arriving here. In the current world, no one knew what the reason was exactly, but the powerful existences from the other ancestral stars were all attracted here. Very swiftly, the young man in the air above the divine island vanished. The news of the appearance of a foreign expert in the Central Plains also circulated. After that, the foreign expert set up an arena in the Central Plains, challenging all the experts from the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. That platform was a movable platform. The experts from the external realms were extremely domineering. The experts from the Central Plains naturally weren't willing to accept this. Hence, they sent someone to challenge the platform. However, to everyone's shock, the Xenorace expert had actually defeated all the experts from the Central Plains. and not a single one of them was able to withstand 3 moves from that Xenorace expert. Defeating his opponent within 3 moves, such combat prowess was simply too terrifying. The person who set up the arena was a Saint Emperor. He wanted to challenge the Saint Emperors from the Central Plains, or even the other regions. He wanted to become the strongest Saint Emperor, invincible among those at the same level. However, needless to say, that Xenorace expert really did possess the potential to be invincible amongst his peers, and even some seniors that had attained the Tao during the primeval times weren't a match for that Xenorace expert. The foreign experts swept through the Central Plains. Even the Saint Kings of the large clans and sects were not his opponents. That outsider had even declared that he wanted to challenge all the Saint Emperors on the soaring dragon ancestral star. He wanted to be invincible among his peers. The sacred emperors of the great sects of the Central Plains were all very unconvinced, but they were all defeated by the young Taoist from the outer realm. The sacred emperors of the great sects and clans could not contend against him. For a time, the Central Plains was shaken. Even the experts of the other regions could not sit still and rushed to the Central Plains. There were even some great saints who suppressed their cultivation to the Saint Emperor realm to fight the young Taoist. However, even such existences were defeated. This left everyone dumbfounded and in disbelief. Extraterritorial experts? The news spread to the East region and Wanxiang City. Extraterritorial experts? Shaoqing could not sit still when he heard the news. His cultivation happened to be at the Saint Emperor realm, so he could fight against the foreign experts. The Iron Blood Taoist cultivation had already broken through to the Great Saint realm, but he could suppress his cultivation to fight against the same level as the foreign experts. However, Gu Zhong was currently in the state of ascension. They could not just leave Wanxiang City and head to the Central Plains like this. Let that guy torment himself for now, Shaoqing said. He wanted to wait for Gu Zhong to successfully undergo ascension before leaving Wanxiang City. However, just because they could endure it didn't mean that others could. The primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan both left their ancestral lands and headed to the Central Plains. After waiting for the news, the Azure Dragon also headed to the Central Plains. For a time, the Central Plains of the Tonglong continent attracted the attention of all the great sects and clans. In the southern wasteland, a supreme figure from the primordial Zhou clan came out of seclusion and headed to the Central Plains. The extraterritorial experts were too arrogant. They actually dared to publicly challenge the Saint Emperors of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Even the Buddhists of the West Earth sent their arhats. Time passed day by day. The arena in the Central Plains still stood in front of an ancient ruin. Half a year had passed, but no one could defeat the extraterritorial Saint Emperor. The Azure Dragon had yet to take action, but there were people who saw him near the arena. He was very cautious and did not take action. In the past half a year, countless Saint Emperors had been defeated by the extraterritorial experts. Even some great figures from the great sects and clans had been defeated. Because of this, some of the people who were about to make a move held themselves back. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you emerge victorious. Those who truly wanted to defeat the extraterritorial Saint Emperor naturally wanted to understand the extraterritorial Saint Emperor first. The Central Plains was like a storm. Countless saints had gathered, attracting the attention of countless people. Compared to the eastern regions, the Central Plains was much livelier. Ever since someone plotted against Gu Zhong in the eastern regions, the atmosphere had been very tense for a period of time. However, there was no news of Gu Zhong's death in Wanxiang City. This made the Dongfang family heave a sigh of relief. If Gu Zhong had died, Gu Fei would immediately declare war on the Dongfang family. If Gu Zhong did not die, the Dongfang family could avoid a war with Gu Fei at this time. In the past half a year, the eastern regions was still peaceful. This was because the demons in the Devil's Den had been seriously injured and could not recover in a short time. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were still in seclusion. Even they did not expect that they would be in seclusion for so long. In Gu Fei's inner world, Yan and Gu Ling were both cultivating hard. Only with a higher cultivation would they have a higher chance of surviving in this chaotic world. Gu Ling's cultivation had already reached a level where she could trigger a saint's heavenly tribulation at any time. However, She was still waiting because she wanted to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm. In the past half a year, Gu Zhong had changed the most. In the main hall of the Wanxiang City's City Lord's mansion, a golden cocoon was lying there, absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. In the past half a year, Gu Xiaofeng never left the side of the golden cocoon. He could sense that the aura emitted by the golden cocoon was growing stronger. One night, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion in Wanxiang City, the sound of something breaking was suddenly heard. Gu Xiaofeng, who was dozing off at the side, was immediately startled. Chapter 28:45. The Wanxiang City that had been silent for over half a year finally began to boil. In the main hall of the City Lord's residence, the golden, silkworm cocoon split open and an arm stretched out from within. Gu Xiaofeng, who was standing guard at the side, was shocked to the extreme. Then, he shouted and rushed out of the main hall. Very soon, all the important figures in the city were alarmed. Shaoqing charged into the hall as soon as possible. He was also surprised when he saw the arm that had extended out of the golden cocoon. Golden runes appeared on the arm. The runes were faintly discernible under the flesh and blood, interweaving into a Tao diagram that seemed real and illusory at the same time. Afterwards, the Ironblood Taoist, the three saints of heaven, earth, and man, Zhuge and the upper echelon of the city all arrived. All of them became extremely shocked when they saw what had happened in the hall. Kacha, the golden silkworm cocoon began to crack. Dazzling golden light seeped out of those cracks. A powerful aura surged out of the golden silkworm cocoon, causing the entire palace to shake. The presence was suffocating, especially Gu Xiaofeng. He suffered the most as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth and ears. Buzz. The Ironblood Taoist took out the phoenix's tribulation, and a gentle presence immediately began to radiate from it. It enveloped everyone and isolated the powerful presence. At this time, Gu Xiaofeng was like a pile of mud, paralyzed on the ground. His clothes were soaked with sweat. He felt as if he had fought with someone for 10 days and 10 nights. He felt like he was about to collapse. It's a Saint King. This is the might of a Saint King. I never thought that Gu Zhong would actually benefit from his misfortune and become a Saint King. Shaoqing said in great shock. He obviously knew that Gu Zhong had been struck by the needle of extinction and his soul had been heavily injured. It was difficult to say whether he could survive or not. However, not only did Gu Zhong survive, he had even become a Saint King. This was something that no one had ever thought of. The golden cocoon constantly collapsed. In the end, a figure wrapped in golden light appeared before everyone. It was a golden deity. That person was Gu Zhong. Both of his eyes were closed as he flew up from the ground. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the air that lifted him up. Ascension secret skill. Shaoqing looked at this scene in shock. Everyone was stunned as well. Even those who didn't have high hopes for Gu Zhong were dumbfounded. Gu Zhong floated in the void. The fluctuations of the metal elemental energy on his body gradually weakened. His aura also converged and the golden light around him disappeared into his body. Soon, all the phenomena disappeared, and Gu Zhong opened his eyes. The Iron-Blood Taoist put away the Phoenix Calamity. Gu Zhong's aura had been reduced to a level that everyone could bear. There was no need to use the Phoenix Calamity to weaken Gu Zhong's aura. Father. When the Iron-Blood Taoist put away the Phoenix Tribulation, Gu Xiaofeng immediately rushed out and jumped into Gu Zhong's arms. Gu Zhong had made a full recovery, and his cultivation had even reached Saint King. The entire Wanxiang city was thrown into an uproar. Shaoqing even arranged a banquet for Gu Zhong. Something like this actually happened. During the banquet, Gu Zhong heard that a foreign expert had actually set up an arena in the Central Plains, challenging the entire cultivation world of the Soaring Dragon ancestral planet. Many people had already been defeated by the foreign experts before this. Gu Zhong could no longer sit still. He had just broken through to Saint King, so he could use the foreign experts as practice. He wanted to see just how powerful he had become. The next day, Gu Zhong directly set off for the Central Plains. At this time, an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation burst out from an arena floating high up in the sky. Two figures were moving rapidly on the arena, fighting with all their might. Someone was challenging the expert from the outer realms on the arena. The powerful pressure of a Saint King expanded, causing the surroundings to tremble. Inscriptions appeared in every corner of the ring in particular. The inscriptions drew upon the energy to nullify the Saint King's power that had expanded. On the arena, the person who was fighting against the young expert from the outer realm was also a young man. He was dressed in black and was extremely powerful. Boom! The black-robed young man punched out and collided with the young Taoist's palm. The two forces exploded, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void between the two of them. The two figures were both knocked back by the other's power. Roar! Kill! The young man roared out furiously. He separated his hands, and a resplendent streak of light immediately appeared in the space before him. He then slashed toward the foreign expert. Clang! The foreign expert spat out a streak of light, which immediately collided with the incoming streak of light. The two streaks of light intertwined in the air. The foreign expert was also a master of the laws of the sword. A cold ripple of sword chi expanded from the streak of light. The surrounding temperature rapidly plummeted under the impact of the sword chi. The two figures turned into two extremely powerful heavenly swords. Every single sword light that they unleashed was enough to split the void, displaying great power. At this moment, the distant sky was densely packed with people. There were also some extremely powerful beasts that appeared in the distant sky, watching the battle. The Absolute Sword Emperor is too powerful. This foreign expert is definitely not a match for the Absolute Sword Emperor. Someone said in a low voice. The young man in black who was fighting with the foreign expert was called the Absolute Sword Emperor. He was one of the few Sword Dao Saint Emperors in the Central Plains. I don't think so, someone said disapprovingly. The young man in black roared angrily and separated his hands. A resplendent streak of light immediately appeared in the space before him and slashed toward the foreign expert. Clang! The foreign expert spat out a streak of light, which instantly collided with the streak of light. The two streaks of light intertwined in the air. The foreign expert was also a master of the laws of the sword. A wave of cold sword chi spread out from the streak of light. Under the impact of the sword chi, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. The two figures turned into two extremely powerful heavenly swords. Every single sword light that they unleashed was enough to split the void, displaying great power. At this moment, the distant sky was densely packed with people. There were also some extremely powerful beasts that appeared in the distant sky, watching the battle. The Absolute Sword Emperor is too powerful. This foreign expert is definitely not a match for the Absolute Sword Emperor. Someone said in a low voice. The young man in black who was fighting with the foreign expert was called the Absolute Sword Emperor. He was one of the few Sword Dao Saint Emperors in the Central Plains. I don't think so. Chapter 2846. The extraterrestrial expert was extremely powerful. A powerful sword light rushed out from his body and directly broke through the solitary Sword Emperor's sword wave. A figure fell out of the arena, and blood sprayed in the air. What? When everyone saw the figure that fell out of the arena, they were extremely shocked. That person was the Solitary Sword Emperor. The Solitary Sword Emperor was actually defeated. Even someone as strong as the Saint Emperor of the Sword lost, someone exclaimed. One should know that the Saint Emperor of the Sword was in existence much stronger than ordinary Saint Emperors. Even such a person could not defeat the extraterrestrial expert. The Solitary Sword Emperor was covered in blood. He stabilized his body and rushed into the sky. He directly rushed into the distance and quickly disappeared into the horizon. For a moment, the entire world fell silent. Everyone looked at the figure standing in the arena, and no one dared to go forward. The soaring dragon ancestral star has indeed declined. On the arena, the extraterrestrial Taoist swept his gaze in all directions and said coldly, "Preposterous." Someone was very angry. This guy was actually so arrogant and dared to look down on the Saint Emperors of the entire soaring dragon ancestral star. However, they had to admit that this extraterrestrial expert did indeed have the potential to be invincible among his peers. "I'll fight you." At this moment, a roar came from the distance. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and directly landed on the arena. The person's body was covered in lightning, and when he opened and closed his eyes, there was lightning circling around. It's the Thunder Clan's expert, the Thunder Sovereign. Someone recognized the young man with lightning circling around him. Without any unnecessary words, the expert from the Thunder Clan directly made his move. He waved his right hand, and immediately, a dozen dazzling lightning bolts bombarded the extraterrestrial youth. The extraterrestrial youth opened his mouth and inhaled. A heaven-devouring force spread out from his mouth and actually swallowed the dozen dazzling lightning bolts. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. That was the power of lightning, and the extraterrestrial actually dared to swallow it. Wasn't he too ferocious? Humph, the Thunder Sovereign sneered. 9 lightning Tao patterns appeared on his body. Each Tao pattern exuded an extremely powerful aura of the Great Path. The way of lightning was the way of destruction. The Lightning King had already cultivated the way of lightning to Saint King, so he directly attacked the foreign experts as a bolt of lightning. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out from the alien expert's body. A ball of sword light emerged from his body and instantly enveloped him. Boom. The Thunder Emperor threw out a punch that landed directly on the protective sword light of the extraterrestrial expert. A powerful power of the way of thunder burst forth, and bolts of lightning actually penetrated through the sword screen and landed on the body of the extraterrestrial expert. The alien expert roared in anger and was sent flying. His entire body was surrounded by lightning, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! The alien expert stepped on a stone pillar at the edge of the arena and stopped his retreat. This caused him to be incomparably shocked. He had almost been blasted out of the arena by a single punch from his opponent. Sword of the 9 Heavens. The alien expert bellowed, and a beam of light shot out from his body, piercing straight towards the incoming Thunder Monarch. An extremely powerful ripple of sword chi spread out in the arena. Rumble. Thunder boomed and lightning wreaked havoc. The Thunder Sovereign was like an ancient lightning emperor that had descended into the mortal world. With a wave of his hands, huge bolts of lightning immediately shot out from his hands. They shot toward the streak of light that had pierced through the arena. However, the ray of sword light was extremely swift and fierce. It directly broke through the layers of lightning and arrived before the Thunder Emperor in an instant. What? The Thunder Sovereign was surprised. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and the streak of light brushed past him. The cold sword chi struck him and caused his movements to pause. Right at this moment, a fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Bam! He felt a sharp pain in his left eye. He had already taken a vicious punch from the other party. The punch caused the Thunder Sovereign's vision to darken and his head to spin. Even with his tough Saint King body, he had almost fainted from the punch. Bang! In the next moment, a muffled sound of collision resounded. The Xenorace expert's knee smashed fiercely against the Thunder Emperor's chest. The sound of bones shattering rang out, and the Thunder Emperor's chest actually caved in from the violent force of the collision. Roar! The Thunder Sovereign was sent flying as he constantly coughed up blood. He was so depressed that he almost fainted. Never did he think that he would lose so miserably. A small mistake had caused all of this to happen. There was no suspense at all. Even someone as powerful as the Thunder Sovereign had lost. He was knocked out of the arena by a simple knee strike, which made everyone speechless. None of the spectators had thought that the outcome would be like this. The Thunder Sovereign had not lost to his opponent's great technique, but to a simple battle skill. The alien expert did not try to kill him. Otherwise, the Thunder Sovereign would have been slain long ago. After he was knocked out of the arena, the power of the way of lightning erupted and his injured body immediately healed. At this level of cultivation, the injuries of the saint body could be healed in an instant. Roar! He looked at the figure on the arena and roared at the sky unwillingly. His hair danced wildly and the entire world shook from his roar. Looks like none of the Saint Kings on the soaring dragon ancestral star is my opponent. The young alien Taoist looked at the Thunder Sovereign coldly and said indifferently, "You?" Hearing that, the Thunder Sovereign felt hot blood surge up his throat and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. However, he endured it and forcefully swallowed the blood back down his throat. Humph! The Thunder Sovereign turned around and left without looking back. What an arrogant fellow! The Azure Dragon stood high in the sky and looked at the figure on the arena. He was not in a hurry to act. The opponent was very strong, but he was not undefeatable. He was a great saint. If he wanted to act, he had to seal himself and suppress his cultivation to the Saint King realm. The Solitary Sword Emperor and the Thunder Sovereign had been defeated by the alien expert one after another. This outcome made all the spectators very dejected. Was there really no one who could defeat this guy? There's actually not a single decent figure on such a huge ancestral star. How sad. That was what the people on the arena said. Preposterous. Everyone became extremely furious when they heard that. However, the opponent was indeed powerful. He had been on the arena for half a year and had defeated countless Saint Kings. He had never lost a single time. With a battle record like that, he could definitely be regarded as invincible among his peers. However, the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star was extremely huge. The 4 great regions were extremely vast, and there were some places that were rather remote. The experts in those places had not heard of the news yet. This did not mean that the outsider could really sweep through his peers and be invincible. He's here too. Chapter 2847. The Solitary Sword Emperor and the Thunder Emperor were definitely 2 of the most powerful Saint Kings in the Central Plains. They stood at the apex of Saint King and had the chance to become an Exalt. However, the 2 peak Saint Kings had been defeated. They had been defeated by the foreign Saint King, and they had left regretfully. For a moment, the entire area was silent. Countless experts who were watching the battle were speechless. They had to admit that this alien expert was really powerful. He had probably already taken the step to become a Venerable. Otherwise, how could he have defeated the Absolute Sword Emperor and the Thunder Emperor in succession? A few spectators in the distance retreated. They wanted to ask for help. The foreign Saint King was just too arrogant. He actually wanted to defeat all the Saint Kings on the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Planet all by himself. He was just too arrogant. No one went up to fight. No one went up to embarrass themselves, even though they knew they were no match for him. The Azure Dragon had already arrived at the area near the arena. He stood high up in the sky and watched the 2 battles that had just taken place in the arena. He was in no hurry to take action. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. He's here as well. How is this possible? Wasn't he struck by the Needle of Extinction? Azure Dragon was extremely shocked when he saw the person. He stared at the figure in disbelief. It was Gu Zhong. Azure Dragon had been paying attention to the movements in Wansheng City for the past half a year. He learned very quickly that Gu Zhong had been injured by the Needle of Extinction. The news of the elder of the Dongfang clan trying to harm Gu Zhong also spread. Azure Dragon knew very well that the Needle of Extinction was a vicious artifact that specialized in destroying the soul. It was already a miracle that Gu Zhong was still alive after being struck by the needle. He had never thought that Gu Zhong would actually make a full recovery in just half a year. Moreover, he had actually broken through from Saint Ruler to Saint King. How did he do it? Azure Dragon murmured. At this moment, the figure in the distance suddenly stopped and turned around. 2 extremely sharp eyes swept towards Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon. Gu Zhong was surprised when he saw Azure Dragon, but he was not surprised. It would be strange if Azure Dragon did not come after hearing the news. Brother Gu Zhong, congratulations. Azure Dragon transmitted his voice to Gu Zhong before cupping his hands towards him. Gu Zhong only nodded at Qing Long and did not walk over. Instead, he stared at the figure standing on the arena and looking down on everyone. At this time, some of the spectators nearby pointed at the figure standing in the arena. I heard that this Saint Emperor came from the ancestral Buzhou star and is the disciple of an immortal Venerable, someone said. The disciple of an immortal Venerable. No wonder he's so powerful. It was no wonder that this fellow dared to set up an arena in the Central Plains and was not afraid that those old fellows in the world of cultivation would secretly attack him. It turned out that this fellow had a big guy backing him up. Could this sacred emperor be the South Pole Celestial Venerable, who lives in seclusion in the South Pole Divine Ocean on the Bujo ancestral planet? Someone said in shock. Ever since the ancient passageway between the 5 major planetary regions of the human world was reopened, cultivators from the 5 ancestral planets were able to travel with one another. However, the ancient passageway between the 5 ancestral planets was filled with danger. The fact that this Saint Emperor was able to smoothly arrive at the soaring dragon ancestral planet was enough to show how powerful this Saint Emperor was. Are there any Saint Emperors in the soaring dragon ancestral planet? Do you dare to come out and fight me? The young man standing on the arena suddenly looked at Gu Zhong, and Gu Zhong directly met the young man's gaze. Their gazes collided in the void, as if bright sparks were produced. Who is this person? The spectators followed the gaze of the Saint Emperor. Many of them did not know who Gu Zhong was, but it seemed like the Saint Emperor wanted to fight this fellow. It's him. Some of them recognized Gu Zhong and told the people around them about Gu Zhong's origins. Ah, he's Gu Fei's first disciple, Gu Zhong. Among the spectators, there were many pearls from various sects and clans. After knowing Gu Zhong's identity, these outstanding beauties could not help but look at him. Gu Zhong turned a blind eye to the gazes of these beauties. His attention was completely focused on the extraterritorial Saint Emperor on the arena. You can actually see that I'm a cultivator. Impressive, Gu Zhong said to the young man on the arena. He was rather surprised. One should know that he had just arrived, yet he was already targeted by the Saint Emperor on the arena. Do you dare to come up and fight me? The young man on the arena looked at Gu Zhong calmly and said. Everyone looked at Gu Zhong nervously, waiting for his reply. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? Gu Zhong suddenly smiled. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared on the arena and stood opposite the young man. This young man was called Zhuqiandao. He was a disciple of the South Pole Immortal Palace in the depths of the South Pole Divine Sea. He was also the personal disciple of the South Pole Immortal Venerable. Ever since Xian Tong died in the chaotic world, Zhuqiandao became the focus of the South Pole Immortal Venerable's training. The South Pole Immortal Venerable and Gu Fei were really fated. The first divine general under the South Pole Immortal Venerable and his first disciple, Xian Tong, both died in the hands of Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a cultivator. The South Pole Immortal Venerable, naturally, had to have some understanding of the path of cultivation. As a disciple of the South Pole Immortal Venerable, Zhuqiandao also had a deep understanding of cultivators. That was why he could see through Gu Zhong's strength with just a glance. You're the disciple of Gu Fei. Zhuqiandao looked at Gu Zhong, and his tone became cold. So what if I am? Gu Zhong looked at Zhuqiandao with a faint smile. Well, since you're the disciple of Gu Fei, then the rules of the arena will have to be changed. Zhuqiandao looked at Gu Zhong with a gaze as sharp as a blade. If you want to fight, then fight. There are no rules. Gu Zhong said disapprovingly. I don't kill people, but you're an exception. So the rules have to be changed. We'll fight to determine the winner and the loser. What do you think? Zhuqiandao said. Very well. Gu Zhong directly agreed. Everyone nervously looked at the two figures on the arena and listened to their conversation. They couldn't help but be startled by Zhuqiandao's words. To determine the winner and the loser, to determine life and death. Are they going to fight to the death? Someone said. Well, there's going to be a good show. Chapter 28:48. The current Gu Zhong was not a true Saint King because he had yet to undergo his tribulation. Only after undergoing the tribulation would he be considered a true king among saints. Gu Zhong was very ambitious. He had purposefully suppressed his cultivation and did not trigger the tribulation in the human world. He would undergo it in the heaven realm. The laws of the human world were incomplete. Undergoing the tribulation in the human world could still allow him to become a Saint King, and the chances of success would be higher. However, the repercussions were not small. It would cause his path of cultivation to be incomplete and difficult to repair. Of course, there were many people who chose to undergo their tribulations in the human world. After all, it was safer there, and the chances of success were much higher. Gu Zhong cultivated the perfect path of cultivation. Even though he was a Saint King, he did not want to leave behind any repercussions that would affect his future cultivation. The sky was dark at this moment. The sky was filled with people, and there was a mountainous figure that occupied an entire region of the sky. In the sky above the mountain range in the distance, there was a figure even taller than the mountain range. It was a Qilin covered in a thick layer of scarlet scales. This was a pure-blooded Qilin divine beast. An extremely powerful presence radiated from its body, like a ball of fire burning in the surroundings. This time, Balan did not come. Otherwise, he might have been able to meet his brother. This divine beast was also a fire Qilin. Fire Qilins were not commonly seen among the 5 elemental Qilins, but now, a fire Qilin had appeared here. Moreover, its cultivation was extremely powerful. Even Azure Dragon could not help but be moved when he saw this Qilin. In another direction, a divine ape stood between 2 mountains. The 2 mountains only reached the ape's waist. The foreign Saint Kings with Qindao had set up the arena for over half a year, attracting countless experts. He had defeated countless Saint Kings, and even a few ancient existences had fallen to his hands. Planet Buzhou, you belong to the South Pole Immortal Exalt. Gu Zhong examined his opponent before calmly speaking. He was Gu Fei's disciple, so he knew a little about Gu Fei's matters on planet Buzhou. His master, Gu Fei, had a grudge with the South Pole Immortal Lord of Buzhou Ancestral Star, as he had killed the strongest divine general of the South Pole Immortal Abode and the disciple of the South Pole Immortal Lord, Xian Tong. In the human realm, there weren't many cultivators who were successful in their cultivation. Apart from Gu Fei, the martial ancestors' bloodline didn't seem to have left any inheritance. Zhou Qindao immediately recognized that Gu Zhong was a martial artist. He had followed the South Pole Immortal Venerable for countless years, so he naturally knew that martial artists were different from the masses. You guessed it right, but there's no prize. Zhou Qindao smiled. Immortal Qi surged around him as the pressure of a Saint King radiated from him. All the stars in the sky seemed to tremble. On the arena, ancient immortal runes appeared one after another. A wave of energy enveloped the entire arena, protecting it. On this arena, there were countless marks left by sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. It was filled with the marks of time, and some places even had cracks. TCH, and here I was wondering who it was. So it's the South Pole Immortal Reverence people. That divine general enmity of yours, and that Xian Tong guy, both died at the hands of my master. You're just unlucky to have encountered me. Gu Zhong said disdainfully. Is that so? Zhou Qindao's gaze towards Gu Zhong became extremely sharp and his expression darkened. Xian Tong was his first senior brother. If he didn't die in the hands of Gu Fei, he would have already become an immortal reverend. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Zhou Qindao and Xian Tong had a good relationship. He wanted to avenge his first senior brother. Cut the crap. Come at me if you want to fight. Gu Zhong hooked his finger at Zhou Qindao and said with an indifferent expression. He didn't put this personal disciple of the South Pole Immortal Reverend in his eyes. Invincible cultivators in the same realm wasn't a legend. Very well, since you want to die earlier, I'll grant your wish. Zhou Qindao's expression became even colder. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, staring at Gu Zhong. He really wanted to slap this bastard to death like a fly. Buzz. In the next moment, a sword hum came from Zhou Qindao's body. A sword light flew out from his body. It was as dazzling as the stars in the sky, directly piercing towards Gu Zhong. This was a stellar sword. Specks of starlight flickered around the sword light as if a starry universe was faintly discernible, giving off a powerful and cold feeling. Clang! Gu Zhong threw a punch. His fist instantly turned golden and dazzled with golden light. His golden fist instantly smashed against the starlight sword light that pierced through the air, producing a metallic sound. Seeing this scene, all the spectating experts were incomparably shocked. This man actually dared to use his body to resist the sword light of an alien. Could it be that this man's body was even more powerful than the opponent's tempered sword light? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the stellar sword light was blown away by Gu Zhong's fist. At the same time, Gu Zhong took a step forward with his extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly approached Zhou Qindao, and his golden fist directly smashed towards Zhou Qindao. It was a simple and direct battle skill that did not seem to have any technical content. However, it was this extremely ordinary battle skill that displayed unbelievable power. Zhuo Qiandao was startled. His legs moved, and he instantly retreated like a phantom. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the sword light that was blown away by Gu Zhong's fist immediately flew back. Star River hanging upside down. Zhuo Qiandao let out a roar and channeled all of his power into the starlight sword energy. In the next second, an extremely powerful force of the stars erupted from his body. The space around him seemed to have become a starry sky. Specks of starlight turned into stars that emitted a dazzling divine light. Countless starlight rays quickly converged as if they had truly turned into a star river. It hung upside down from the sky and slashed towards Gu Zhong. Boom! Just at this moment, a ball of resplendent golden light erupted from Gu Zhong's fist. It was as if a golden divine sun had suddenly appeared on the stage. The glaring golden light was so bright that no one could open their eyes. What? Everyone watching the battle was shocked beyond belief. At this time, Gu Zhong's fist force directly shook the starry sky created by Zhuo Qiandao. The golden fist collided with the stellar sword energy. Rumble. A powerful force spread out, causing the entire arena to shake. Ancient immortal runes emerged and interweaved into Dao diagrams that stabilized the entire arena. This arena was not ordinary and could withstand the impact of a heavenly king's power. Swish! Two figures rapidly moved in the void. Gu Zhong was extremely powerful. He used his fists to continuously clash against Zhuo Qiandao's stellar sword energy. This guy's body is actually so powerful. Many people were shocked to the extreme, especially those who didn't know Gu Zhong's identity. They were dumbfounded. This person was too ferocious. Even Zhuo Qiandao himself felt that it was a bit unbelievable. One should know that no one knew the power of his stellar sword energy better than him. Can a cultivator really be invincible in the same realm? Zhuo Qiandao, don't believe it. Thinking up to here, Zhuo Qiandao's stellar sword energy became even more dazzling. An even more powerful sword energy erupted from his body. However, Gu Zhong continued to unleash his fist intent in the midst of the endless stellar sword energy. He unleashed one punch after another at a moderate pace. No matter how many stellar sword energies surrounded him, they couldn't get close to him. It's only been half a year, and this guy's cultivation has actually increased to this level. Qinglong, who was watching the battle from afar, could not help being shocked by the scene on the stage. It must be known that Gu Zhong was not his match half a year ago, but from the looks of it now, it would not be long before Gu Zhong's cultivation and battle strength caught up to him. Xiaoqing was also astonished at this scene. The 9 secrets of immortal Dao were indeed heaven-defying. It had only been half a year, but Gu Zhong seemed to have changed into a completely different person. In truth, what Xiaoqing didn't know was that Gu Zhong had truly become a different person to a certain extent. After all, Gu Zhong had undergone a metamorphosis after his rebirth, breaking out of his cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Naturally, he was different from before. The Taoist came to Xiaoqing's side. Sir Qing. The Taoist bowed to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing nodded his head and then asked the Taoist, "Who do you think will win in the end?" "That's hard to say. After all, Gu Zhong isn't a true Saint King, but it won't be easy for that outsider to defeat Sir Gu Zhong either," the Taoist said after a moment of thought. "That's as good as not saying anything." Little Qing glanced at Iron Blood Taoist and said, "Haha." The Iron Blood Taoist smiled awkwardly and did not say anything else. In truth, he could not tell who had won and who had lost. After all, both of their cultivations were about the same as his. "In my opinion, that outsider is going to be out of luck," Little Qing said as he rubbed his chin. He looked at the two figures fighting in the arena in the distance. Dao patterns intertwined in his eyes. The Taoist couldn't help but think of something after hearing Xiaoqing's words. He thought of a possibility, and it really did seem to be the case. That outsider was going to be out of luck. At this moment, the entire arena was enveloped by the starry sword radiance from Zhuo Qiandao's body. The entire arena seemed to be floating in the starry sky, making it difficult for ordinary saints to see what was happening inside. Only saints above the Saint King realm could clearly see what was happening inside. Gu Fei's disciple isn't bad, an expert from the older generation murmured. Among the countless experts gathered nearby, a portion of them had a grudge against Gu Fei, such as the Buddhist experts of the West Earth and the Dongfang clan. Chapter 2849. The Beitang clan was a cultivation clan of the Central Plains. That year, when Gu Fei had just started out, he was ambushed by Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long from the Beitang clan on his way from the eastern domain to the southern wasteland. He was poisoned and almost died. However, because of this, he met the Shaoqing snake, who had yet to take human form and was still a Shaoqing snake. That Shaoqing snake helped Gu Fei absorb the poison from his body and saved his life. It could be said that the Beitang clan and Gu Fei had a grudge. Moreover, many disciples of the Beitang clan had died in the hands of Gu Fei. Now that Gu Fei had truly matured, the upper echelons of the Beitang clan were naturally restless. They were afraid that one day, Gu Fei would suddenly kill his way to the Beitang clan and start a massacre. The Beitang clan had always been vigilant and paid close attention to the movements of Gu Fei and his disciple. When Gu Zhong appeared on the stage, the people of the Beitang clan were truly startled. At this time, Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao were fighting fiercely on the stage. Their fists shook the starry sky, causing the entire stage to shake. Zhuo Qiandao knew that he had met a real opponent. Buzz. The starry sky trembled, and the stars transformed into peerless sword light, slashing towards the figure in the starry sky whose entire body was emitting golden light. The extremely swift and fierce starry sword light cut through the void, displaying its supreme power. However, it was unable to hurt that guy in the slightest. Gu Zhong was like a golden god of war from the ancient times. His fists shattered the void and collided with the starry sword lights. The sword lights were directly crushed by his fists. Preposterous! Zhuo Qiandao gritted his teeth and unleashed the stellar sword technique with all his might. An even more powerful sword energy immediately spread out from his body. Rumble. The entire starry sky shook violently. Although it wasn't a real starry sky, it was enough to pass off as real. Stars exploded in the starry sky, turning into destructive sword lights that pierced towards Gu Zhong. Haha, is this all you've got? To think that you could remain undefeated for the past half a year. This is truly surprising. Gu Zhong laughed and said. This Zhuo Qiandao seemed to be someone with an undeserved reputation. He only had this kind of cultivation and methods. Gu Zhong was really curious as to how this guy was able to remain undefeated for half a year. A destructive sword light was shattered by Gu Zhong's fists. He was extremely powerful and directly arrived in front of Zhuo Qiandao. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed his opponent's neck. Zhuo Qiandao was both startled and angry. He directly turned into a sword light and slashed towards Gu Zhong's right hand. A chilling sword energy spread out, causing the temperature of the entire world to rapidly drop. Clang! When the powerful starlight sword slashed down on Gu Zhong's arm, an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out. Gu Zhong's right sleeve was instantly shredded by the sword chi. Roar! Gu Zhong roared. He shook his right arm and a powerful martial arts force instantly erupted from his arm, shaking off the starlight sword. There was not even a single mark on his arm. All the Saint Kings and above were extremely shocked at this scene. This Gu Zhong was indeed powerful. He had actually cultivated his body to such a powerful level. Swish! The sword light that was knocked away by Gu Zhong immediately disappeared. A figure appeared in the sky. There seemed to be a cluster of stars around him, flickering with specks of starlight. Looks like I can't kill you if I don't use my full strength. Zhuo Qiandao stared at Gu Zhong and coldly said. His eyes could not help but narrow and his face became extremely cold. Humph! Gu Zhong snorted coldly. He then took a step forward and instantly appeared before Zhuo Qiandao. He directly threw a punch at Zhuo Qiandao's face. Swish! Zhuo Qiandao turned into a sword light and shot into the sky, dodging Gu Zhong's punch. Afterwards, his body began to shine with specks of starlight. 9 runes of the starlight path rushed out from his body, interweaving into a simple yet profound diagram. In the next moment, countless stars actually appeared in the sky. Rays of starlight descended from the sky and were forcefully received by him, entering his body. Stars in the day. All the spectators in the distance were stunned at this scene. It was currently daytime, and the sun was high up in the sky, but a cluster of stars had appeared in the sky. Rumble. Zhuo Qiandao used a great technique to attract the true power of the stars in the sky. An extremely powerful ripple of energy immediately radiated from his body. One after another, huge stars appeared around him. A total of 9 huge stars appeared around him and revolved around him. They looked like real stars. Die! Zhuo Qiandao roared furiously. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he directly used the power of the 9 stars. The 9 great stars around him immediately turned into supreme sword lights that shot towards Gu Zhong. These 9 sword lights were several times more powerful than his previous starlight sword lights. They could not be compared to the previous starlight sword lights. The power displayed by each sword light was enough to slash down real stars in the sky. Everyone was extremely nervous because many people were defeated by this move from Zhuo Qiandao. One had to know that the 9 great stars gathered the power of the stars. The sword lights they turned into were naturally terrifying to the extreme, causing Gu Zhong's heart to tremble. Roar! Gu Zhong roared and his fists smashed forward like 2 golden suns. Buzz! The void rumbled, and 2 of the 9 sword lights were blocked by his fists. However, the other 7 sword lights instantly slashed Gu Zhong's body. The extremely ferocious starry sword lights directly sent Gu Zhong flying. Drops of golden blood dripped down from the sky. Bam! Gu Zhong's back smashed into a huge stone pillar at the edge of the stage. Cracks immediately appeared on the stone pillar. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal runes, the stone pillar would have been smashed to pieces long ago. He fell to the ground. His clothes were shredded by the opponent's sword energy. The places on his body that were struck by the sword were left with bloody marks. Gu Zhong's body shook. The 7 sword lights immediately rushed out from his body. The sword energy that invaded his body was immediately forced out by him. He wiped away the blood on the corner of his mouth and stared at Zhuo Qiandao, who was walking towards him. One had to admit that Zhuo Qiandao's sword cultivation could be considered invincible among those at the same level. Weren't you very arrogant earlier? What about now? You can't be arrogant anymore, right? Haha, Zhuo Qiandao sneered. 9 dazzling sword lights circled around him, emitting a powerful fluctuation of starlight. These 9 sword lights were still devouring the power of the stars in the sky. Rays of starlight fell from the sky and entered the 9 sword lights. The fluctuation of sword energy from the 9 sword lights became more and more powerful. Xiaoqing and the others were shocked by this scene. They couldn't believe that Gu Zhong was really defeated. Someone was both surprised and happy to see Gu Zhong injured. It would be best if Zhuo Qiandao could kill Gu Zhong. This way, it would be the same as cutting off one of Gu Fei's arms. Among the spectators, there were many who had enmity with Gu Fei and his master. There were experts from the Western Earth Buddhist sect, the Dongfang clan, and the Beitang clan. At this time, no one noticed that a little monk with a jade-like appearance appeared in the sky with an alms bowl in his hand. He smiled while looking at the 2 figures on the stage. It's him. After Xiaoqing saw this person, he couldn't help but be startled. This little monk was none other than Gu Fei's nemesis, little monk Fanxiu from the Western Buddhist sect. This little monk had a harmless appearance, but he was someone that even the old turtle was wary of. His arrival caused Xiaoqing's group to become nervous. Little monk Fanxiu's cultivation could be considered unfathomable. Even Xiaoqing and the Iron Blood Taoist knew that they were not his match. Once this little monk attacked them, they would be out of luck. Let me send you on your way. At this time, Zhuo Qiandao directly controlled the 9 star sword lights to pierce through Gu Zhong. This extremely powerful sword light turned into a divine rainbow that rushed forward. You want to kill me? Gu Zhong's eyes suddenly became as sharp as the edge of a blade. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, each several meters long. An extremely powerful metal elemental power erupted from his body. Facing Zhuo Qiandao's killing move, he directly channeled the Heaven Ascension secret art. His battle prowess sword and his entire body emitted a golden light that pierced through the void. What? Zhuo Qiandao was startled after sensing the sudden burst of power from Gu Zhong's body. It seemed that this guy didn't use his full strength earlier. Moreover, he felt that his opponent's cultivation was a bit strange, as if he was not a true heavenly king. The grand Tao of a heavenly king was not complete. How could this be? This puzzled him, but he didn't have the time to think too much because his opponent's fist was already approaching. Rumble, golden light and starlight erupted in an instant, causing the entire stage to boil. Pitch-black spatial cracks suddenly appeared like black lightning. The vast power caused cracks to appear on the ancient stage. This scene shocked all the spectators to the extreme. On the stage, the two experts used their full strength. This was a battle between fists and sword lights. No one knew which was stronger, the fists or the sword lights. Because the power of the sacred emperor-level Tao laws in the arena was extremely chaotic, even the sacred emperor-level existences couldn't see the situation in the arena at this time. Only the great sage-level existences could vaguely see the two figures in the arena. Boom. Chapter 2850. What happened? Why did both of them fall out of the arena? Everyone was in disbelief at this scene. Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao both fell out of the arena at the same time. Who was the winner? Rumble. The arena shook violently and cracks appeared on it, as if it was about to collapse in the void. Even the immortal runes contained in the arena could not protect it at this time. Many of the spectators were Saint Kings who had fought against Zhuo Qiandao before. They were extremely shocked. The battle between the two had actually caused cracks to appear on the arena. This arena was not ordinary. Even a Saint King with his full strength would not be able to damage it at all. However, right now, this sturdy arena was covered in cracks. It was easy to imagine just how powerful the two of them were. This kind of battle prowess had definitely surpassed Saint Kings of the same level. A draw. A Saint Sovereign level existence said such words. I didn't think it would end in a draw. A few great Saint existences could already see the result of this battle. Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao had actually ended in a draw. Neither of them could truly defeat the other. However, at this moment, the two powerful figures were still facing each other. The auras between the two were constantly rising as a powerful aura swept out in all directions. What? Do you still want to fight? Zhuo Qiandao coldly stared at Gu Zhong. A starry sky appeared in the void around him with twinkling specks of starlight. He seemed to have become the ruler of the starry sky. An aura so powerful that even Saint Kings would feel their hearts palpitate spread out, causing the world to lose its color. What do you think? Gu Zhong's entire body was shrouded in golden light. His entire body had turned into a golden man with a dazzling golden light circulating on his skin. 9 golden runes vaguely appeared on his body, giving off a feeling of being filled with power. Since victory and defeat have been decided, life and death have also been decided. Since victory and death have not been decided, let's fight. Zhuo Qiandao coldly said. A chilling, killing intent radiated from his body. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at Gu Zhong. Very well. Gu Zhong nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Kill. Zhuo Qiandao angrily roared and directly rushed towards Gu Zhong. The faintly discernible starry sky around him suddenly became clear. Inside the starry sky, stars began to burn. Then they turned into supreme sword lights that slashed towards Gu Zhong. At the same time, rays of starlight shot down from the sky and directly entered Zhuo Qiandao's body, drawing the power of the stars for his own use. Gu Zhong didn't say anything. He directly rushed forward and fought against Zhuo Qiandao. Each of his punches was able to knock away the incoming sword lights. We still have to fight. Someone couldn't help but mutter after seeing this scene. Even Shaoqing and the Iron Blood Taoist were surprised. A prolonged battle wouldn't do Gu Zhong any good. After all, he hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation and become a true Saint Emperor. As for Zhuo Qiandao, he was a true Saint King and an invincible existence among Saint Kings. He had been on the stage for more than half a year and had yet to lose a single time. The two Saint Emperors fought their way into the starry sky. Boom! Gu Zhong punched out and directly shattered a star. The destructive power swept towards Zhuo Qiandao. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. It was incomparably terrifying. Be easy. A sword hum resounded through the sky. Zhuo Qiandao turned into an extremely powerful sword light that broke through the destructive power and instantly arrived in front of Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong quickly put his palms together and clamped down on the incoming sword light. The sword light immediately stopped, but a powerful force suddenly erupted from the sword light and knocked his hands away. Swoosh! The sword light flashed and Zhuo Qiandao directly stabbed towards Gu Zhong's chest. It was extremely sharp. Before the sword light reached him, a bone-piercing chill had already struck his heart. Invincible golden body. Gu Zhong furiously roared. His body shook and a ball of golden light immediately surged from his body, enveloping him within it. The sword light that was stabbing towards his chest struck Gu Zhong's protective astral energy and was actually blocked by it. It couldn't stab an inch deeper. Roar! Zhuo Qiandao desperately exerted his strength, but the sword light couldn't stab any deeper. It couldn't break Gu Zhong's protective astral energy. Scram! Gu Zhong threw a punch and directly sent the sword light flying. Swoosh! The sword light disappeared and a figure appeared in the void. Then, he slashed towards Gu Zhong. The sword light soared up as if it wanted to split the world in half. Humph! You're not the only one who knows how to play with swords, Gu Zhong said and waved his hand. A dazzling sword astral energy suddenly went to meet the starry sword light. Clang! The heaven-punishing sword light and the starry sword light clashed and intertwined. Clanging sounds rang out continuously as the two sword lights gradually dimmed. Heaven-punishing sword. Gu Zhong was extremely powerful and directly used the killing technique of the heaven-punishing sword technique. A golden sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and emitted the brightest sword light. The golden sword light speed was extremely fast and instantly cut through Zhuo Qiandao's left arm, causing it to immediately fall off. What? Zhuo Qiandao was extremely shocked. The opponent also cultivated the sword Dao. Moreover, his sword Dao merit law was not any weaker than his starry sword technique. He only felt a sword energy invading his body and quickly destroying his vitality. While Zhuo Qiandao was still in shock, Gu Zhong had already taken a step forward and instantly arrived above his head. Gu Zhong stomped down. This was the martial path battle technique, the 8 killing steps. A powerful martial path battle technique descended from Gu Zhong's right foot. Bolts of lightning seemed to appear beneath his feet as destructive power erupted. Bang! Zhuo Qiandao's face was solidly kicked by Gu Zhong, and he fell down from the sky. I'll send you on your way. Gu Zhong's body swayed and turned into a dazzling sword light. It descended from the sky and pierced towards Zhuo Qiandao, who had yet to land on the ground. However, at this moment, Zhuo Qiandao's figure suddenly disappeared, causing Gu Zhong to be shocked. The Great Void Technique? Gu Zhong muttered to himself. At this moment, a sword light silently pierced out from the void behind his head, piercing towards the back of his head. Gu Zhong did not even think about it. He turned around and threw a punch, sending the incoming sword light flying. Come out! Chapter 28:51. The battle between Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao had reached its climax. Gu Zhong used the 9 heaven-punishing swords to cut off Zhuo Qiandao's left arm, then stomped him down from the sky. Zhuo Qiandao was enraged. He used a void technique to escape into the void and attacked Gu Zhong. However, Gu Zhong's strength had exceeded his expectations. Gu Zhong had nearly knocked him out of the empty space with a single palm strike from him. Swoosh! Zhuo Qiandao remained hidden in the void. Rays of starry sword lights continuously flew out from the void towards Gu Zhong. However, such an attack couldn't do anything to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong waved his fists and shattered all the incoming sword rays. Void technique. I'll play with you. Gu Zhong smiled. After that, his silhouette disappeared as well, as though he had vanished into thin air. He entered the void. His body seemed to have fused with the surrounding void. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void reversal secret art. What? Seeing this scene, Zhuo Qiandao's shock was no small matter. Boom! The void trembled. Gu Zhong instantly appeared next to Zhuo Qiandao and directly punched him, knocking him out of the void. A descendant of an immortal sovereign? So this is all you can do. Gu Zhong was extremely domineering. He stepped out of the void and coldly stared at Zhuo Qiandao, who was rolling away. Zhuo Qiandao felt a gush of blood rushing up his throat after hearing this. He then spurted out a mouthful of blood, but he couldn't stop himself from vomiting it. Roar! Zhuo Qiandao stopped his retreat and stabilized his body. He roared towards the sky, and his entire body emitted bright starlight. His left arm that was cut off by Gu Zhong's sword was rapidly regenerating. His flesh and bones were rapidly regenerating. Swoosh! A ray of sword light shot out from his body. It was the heaven-punishing sword chi that had invaded his body when Gu Zhong had chopped off his arm. He did his best to force out the heaven-punishing sword chi. His entire body withered as he coughed out blood. He had been defeated, thoroughly defeated. He had actually been defeated by the Tao of the sword. Not even in his wildest dreams did Zhuo Qiandao think that he would lose to his most powerful sword Tao. I remember you said before that we would decide victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Now that you've lost, do you want me to use it, or do you want to do it yourself? Gu Zhong crossed his arms and teasingly looked at Zhuo Qiandao. Zhuo Qiandao ferociously stared at Gu Zhong with a vicious gaze, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. It was as if he could attack Gu Zhong at any moment. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. Zhuo Qiandao stared at Gu Zhong and gritted his teeth. Then, he soared into the sky and turned into a ray of starlight that flew towards the divine island in the sky. Gu Zhong didn't stop him and let Zhuo Qiandao escape. At this moment, all the spectators were shocked to the extreme. No one expected Gu Zhong to be able to defeat Zhuo Qiandao. One had to know that Zhuo Qiandao had set up the arena for more than half a year. Before Gu Zhong, no one had been able to defeat this foreign heavenly king. To be able to remain undefeated for more than half a year, this Zhuo Qiandao was definitely a great character. Unfortunately, he met Gu Zhong, so his fate was destined to be tragic. Very quickly, the surroundings of the arena were in an uproar. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire Central Plains. Even the great powers of the other four regions were alarmed. Gu Zhong became famous. At this moment, Shaoqing and the Iron Blood Taoist rushed over. After meeting up with Gu Zhong, they directly left this region. They didn't return to the eastern domain. About 1,000 miles away from the arena, there was a big city. This big city was called Taihao City. It was said that in the distant past, there was once a person called Taihao who came to this place and built this city. So, this city was called Taihao City. There were many shops in Taihao City. Moreover, many of them were open to serve cultivators. If Gu Fei was here, he would naturally be familiar with the name Taihao. This was because Taihao was a supreme expert that came from Kunlun's ancestral star. Gu Fei had been to Kunlun's ancestral star before, so he naturally knew about Taihao's origin. At this time, Shaoqing and Gu Zhong's group were walking on the main street of Taihao City. There were people coming and going on the street. Both sides of the street were filled with shouts. Many people were setting up stalls on the side of the street. Come and take a look. Supreme-grade heavenly Chen stone is being sold at a low price. Hurry up. Phoenix egg, only selling for 50,000 kilograms of immortal crystals. Hurry up. There won't be another shop like this after this one. On the side of the street, a middle-aged man was holding a fist-sized crimson egg and selling it. What? Phoenix egg, 50,000 kilograms of immortal crystals? Gu Zhong's group was shocked. That was a phoenix egg. But if it was so easy to obtain, then it was most likely a scam. This heavenly Chun stone is not bad, the Iron Blood Taoist said. However, he had no intention of buying it. He already had the Phoenix Tribulation, so he didn't need to refine other weapons. Along the way, they saw quite a few roadside stalls selling extremely heaven-defying things. This was definitely impossible. Since when did godly medicines and holy medicines become things that could be found everywhere on the streets? Shaoqing's group found an inn to stay in. At this time, the news of the defeat of a Saint King had already reached Taihao City. Gu Zhong sat in the guest room. After his battle with Zhuo Qiandao, he could feel that his heavenly tribulation would come at any time. He didn't want to undergo the tribulation in the mortal world, so he could only seal his Saint King's cultivation. However, Gu Zhong didn't expect that Zhuo Qiandao would appear again on the second day. Moreover, He went onto the stage and directly challenged Gu Zhong. Lord Gu Zhong, do you want to accept the challenge? The Iron Blood Taoist came to Gu Zhong's room and asked. At this time, Shaoqing walked out of the inn and strolled around Taihao City. Haha, who does that guy think he is? Do I have to go just because he wants to challenge me? Plus, the outcome was decided yesterday, so there's no need to pay attention to him, said Gu Zhong. He didn't take Sui Qiandao seriously, but there was a problem with his cultivation. If he went to fight Sui Qiandao, he would probably attract the heavenly tribulation of a Saint King. It was very disadvantageous for him to undergo the tribulation in the mortal world. If that's the case, I'll go meet that guy, the Iron Blood Taoist said. All right, go. Gu Zhong didn't say anything else and nodded. After that, the Iron Blood Taoist left Taihao City, and then he soared into the sky and flew towards the arena. Not long after, Shaoqing returned. He was not very surprised when he heard that the Iron Blood Taoist went to fight. Instead, he stared at Gu Zhong for a long time, to the point where Gu Zhong felt a little embarrassed. Go to the Heaven Realm? Chapter 2852. The Heaven Realm was vast and boundless. The human clan only occupied a very small part of the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm was mysterious and unfathomable. There were countless secrets buried in it. Even during the Great Calamity back then, the Heaven Realm was able to survive and survive. Some people said that the Heaven Realm was the hope of the human race and all other races. Of course, this did not include the demons. It was the invasion of the demons that led to the destruction of the untainted world. The current mortal realm was far less vast than the untainted world of the past. In that era, there were many powerful races and even supremes could be seen. But now, the mortal realm was actually not a complete great world because it was only a part of a destroyed great world. The world was incomplete. Even after countless years of recuperation and evolution, it was still difficult to repair the damage caused in the past. Therefore, the ancient powers that had existed since the untainted world of the ancient times were not willing to let their disciples undergo the heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm. They had no choice but to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm, but now that they had a choice, they were naturally more willing to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm. Only a perfect heavenly tribulation could create a perfect heavenly king. There was no doubt that Gu Fei wanted to go to the heaven realm, but now, both Gu Fei and the old turtle were in seclusion. They were trying to figure out which step they wanted to take. This step was too important. As long as they took this step, they could soar into the sky and undergo the ultimate transformation. They could touch the legendary ultimate realm. No one knew when Gu Fei and the old turtle would come out of seclusion. Even Gu Zhong, Gu Fei's personal disciple, did not know. Of course, during Gu Fei's seclusion, one person was bored to death. That was Gu Ling. When the spiritual body of the mysterious creature in the heavenly ruins Forbidden Zone killed its way to Wanxiang City, she was sent into Gu Fei's inner world and stayed there ever since. Gu Fei had 3 inner worlds: the Hell Realm, the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows, the small world created by the chaotic embryo, and the divine land obtained from the god race's old ancestor. This divine land was refined into his dantian and became his inner world. Gu Fei had long since had the thought of merging the 3 inner worlds, but he had never put it into action. He had some misgivings, because if he failed, the 3 inner worlds would be destroyed. Especially the Hell Dao. This inner world was originally a part of the 6 paths of reincarnation refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It had the greatest hidden danger. One must know that if the ancient Buddha Lord hadn't fallen, then Gu Fei would be in big trouble once he returned. Although Gu Fei's godly land was good, there was nothing fun about it. Gu Ling was like a king of children, and all the living beings in the godly land had been harmed by her. Even the immortal herbs in the depths of the godly land were afraid of her. They would hide from her whenever they saw her. The Meng family had become her errand boy, and Meng Long had gone crazy with her. I don't know what's wrong with father. Why won't he let me out? On one of the spiritual peaks, Gu Ling was squatting on a huge rock and muttering to herself. At this moment, in the central plains, where Sui Qiandao had set up his arena, there was a sea of people. Even powerful beings from other races had come. 2 powerful figures were moving quickly on the arena as they fought fiercely. I didn't expect Gu Fei's subordinate to be so strong, someone said. Some people in the Central Plains knew about the Iron Blood Taoist. He was Gu Fei's right-hand man. This person seems to have received the inheritance of the ancient immortal Taoist. How can he not be strong? Someone said. At this moment, on the arena, the shadow of a divine phoenix appeared on the Iron Blood Taoist's body. An extremely powerful divine phoenix aura spread from his body. In the void around him, the true fire of the divine phoenix was faintly discernible, burning the void until it was annihilated silently. The person fighting with him was naturally Zhuo Qiandao. It had to be said that Zhuo Qiandao was quite capable. He had just been defeated by Gu Zhong yesterday, but today, he jumped out full of energy and challenged Gu Zhong by name. However, Gu Zhong had no time to pay attention to this guy. Bzzz. The star sword in Zhuo Qiandao's hand hummed. Rays of sword light pierced through the void and slashed at the Iron Blood Taoist. Every ray of sword light attracted the power of the stars in the sky to support it. The Iron Blood Taoist's hands continued to form seals. This was a secret technique of the Divine Phoenix clan, known as the Immortal Divine Phoenix Seal. The terrifying power of the Divine Phoenix surged out from the seals he formed with his hands. Shadows of divine phoenixes rushed out from his hands and collided with the starry sword light that was piercing through the air. Rumble. The arena shook as the two Saint King powers collided. The vast and powerful ripples of power directly shook the ancient arena. The divine phoenix shadows and the rays of sword light disappeared in the void at the same time. "You're not my opponent," Zhuo Qiandao said proudly. Zhuo Qiandao proudly declared. The stellar sword in his hand emitted an even brighter sword light. An even more powerful sword energy rippled out from his long sword. "You think too highly of yourself." The Iron Blood Taoist stared at the figure that seemed to be standing in the starry sky and said coldly. However, he had to admit that this guy did have the right to be arrogant. "Call that guy Gu Zhong out. I'm running out of patience." Zhuo Qiandao's tone became cold. As his eyes opened and closed, a dazzling light shot out from his eyes like two dazzling stars. "How dare you? Do you really think you're invincible?" The Iron Blood Taoist was very displeased. Who did this guy think he was? He actually dared to look down on him. No matter how he looked at him, this guy was extremely loathsome. "Kill." The Iron Blood Taoist roared, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. 9 divine phoenix runes appeared on his body. With a sway of his body, he actually turned into a divine phoenix the size of a small mountain. Everyone who saw this was somewhat dumbfounded. Phoenix transformation art. Some of the old-timers cried out in alarm. "I didn't think that he would actually cultivate the Phoenix transformation art," someone exclaimed. The Phoenix transformation art was the most powerful art of the Divine Phoenix clan. It allowed one to transform into a divine phoenix and display some of the power of the divine phoenix ancestor. At this moment, an endless amount of divine phoenix true fire surged from the body of the divine phoenix and instantly engulfed Zhuo Qiandao's figure. The true fire directly swept across the arena and burned half of the sky. Chapter 28:53. Up in the sky, the stars trembled. Boundless starlight rained down from the heavens, entering the silhouette under the starry sky. An extremely powerful astral energy spread out from the silhouette. The power of the cosmic stars. Someone saw the clues and stared at the starry sky above. Above the starry sky, there were 365 stars that had become especially bright. Kill. Endless starlight sprinkled down, and star-like Tao patterns rushed out from that figure, imprinting into the void. 365 specks of starlight appeared around that person, resonating with the 365 real stars in the sky. Rumble. Zhuo Qiandao used the power of the cosmic stars to suppress the divine phoenix below the arena. The terrifying destructive power obliterated the void and the chaotic air was shaken out. A phoenix cry was heard. The divine phoenix on the arena soared into the sky and rushed towards Zhuo Qiandao. Clang. The divine phoenix flapped its golden wings and soared into the sky. They turned into supreme sword lights that slashed towards Zhuo Qiandao. Each of the sword lights had the divine phoenix Tao runes and emitted a terrifying divine phoenix aura. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. This was a battle between the power of the divine phoenix and the power of the stars. This was a huge collision. The power of the divine phoenix was unyielding and indestructible, but it was blocked by the power of the cosmic stars. The starlight intertwined to form a diagram. A formation. I can't believe someone in this world still knows about the lost cosmic stars formation. Formations like this had long since been lost in the ancient era. According to the legends, the all-heaven star formation had been created by a personal disciple of one of the paragons of the immortal Tao, the Supreme Tao Father. During the dark times of the late primordial era, countless cultivators fell during the Great Calamity. Even the disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor was no exception. Some people saw the disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor die in battle under the starry sky. His blood dyed the entire sky red. Of course, some people said that the disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor would not die so easily. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were not to be trifled with. It would be difficult to die even if one wanted to. However, the might of the great heavenly cycle stellar formation was not small. It drew upon the power of the entire starry sky for its own use. Rumble. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning. Each crack was as big as a mountain, and a terrifying aura spread out from them. The Iron Blood Taoist and Zhuoqiandao both used their full power without holding anything back. The stars in the sky trembled as their power crazily gathered towards Zhuoqiandao. Go to hell. Zhuoqiandao angrily roared as countless star runes rushed out from his body. It was as if he had turned into a real star that emitted the most dazzling starlight and suppressed the phoenix below. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. The Iron Blood Taoist's voice rang out amidst the 1,000 layers of true flames of the divine phoenix. The true flames of the divine phoenix burned half the sky red, and even the saints watching from afar could feel the waves of heat. It was as if the essence in their bodies were about to be ignited. What a terrifying true phoenix flame! Some of the saints found it hard to resist and quickly retreated. At this moment, the real phoenix flapped its wings and directly charged towards the star that was pressing down from the sky. This was an incomparably shocking scene. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine phoenix and the star instantly collided. The entire world trembled as if the sky was about to collapse. Zhuoqiandao's heavenly cycle stellar formation exploded while the Iron Blood Taoist's divine phoenix also dissipated in the void. 2 figures were sent flying. Even the ancient arena was sent flying, and the divine light emitted by the arena dimmed. Wow! The Iron Blood Taoist barely managed to stabilize himself after flying for more than 10,000 feet. Then, he felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a cracking sound as the power of the stars exploded in his body. In just an instant, he didn't know how many bones in his body had cracked. Preposterous! The Iron Blood Taoist's body emitted a fiery light as if a divine phoenix was being reborn from the fire. The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from his body as the power of the stars rushed out and dissipated in the void. His wounded body was instantly healed. Zhuoqiandao didn't have it easy either. He was also blown away for 10,000 feet. His body was penetrated by 9 sword rays. His hair was disheveled, and he spat out blood in an extremely embarrassing manner. Draw. Everyone was shocked after seeing this scene. It was truly hard to imagine that's Zhuoqiandao had set up this arena for half a year. Not only could no one defeat him, but no one could even draw with him. How is this possible? Zhuoqiandao gritted his teeth and said. His expression was extremely ferocious as blood seeped out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. This was truly bleeding from all 7 orifices. You dare to call yourself unbeatable in the same realm with just this little ability? Bah! The Iron Blood Taoist coldly said. Humph! Zhuoqiandao sneered. 9-star inscriptions appeared on his body and attracted the power of the stars in the sky. 9 sword rays immediately rushed out of his body. The sword chi that had entered his body was forced out by the power of the stars. The 9 bloody holes on his body healed at a visible rate. A shocking battle intent erupted from his body. He still wanted to fight. However, at this moment, a fiery light descended from the sky and landed in the Iron Blood Taoist's hand. It was a communication talisman. Yeah. The Iron Blood Taoist's expression changed after reading the information on the talisman. He then said to Zhuo Qiandao, "I'll fight you to the death next time." With that, the Iron Blood Taoist directly shot into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Zhuo Qiandao wanted to stop the Iron Blood Taoist, but he was just too fast. A divine phoenix could travel 100,000 kilometers in an instant. This was not just a legend. Although the Iron Blood Taoist was not a true divine phoenix and could not travel 100,000 kilometers in an instant, there were not many saint kings that could catch up to him at the same level. At the same time, Gu Zhong had already announced that he wanted to fight Zhuo Qiandao in the Heaven Realm. He would also set up a stage in the Heaven Realm and wait for Zhuo Qiandao's arrival. Gu Zhong told Zhuo Qiandao that he could go to the Heaven Realm if he had the guts. As long as Zhuo Qiandao dared to come, he would definitely beat the crap out of him. Afterwards, when the Iron Blood Taoist returned to Taihao City, Gu Zhong's group directly used the teleportation formation in the city to return to Wanxiang City. They were preparing to go to the Heaven Realm. Although Gu Zhong had seen many things with Gu Fei, he still couldn't help but feel nervous at this time. Heaven Realm? Chapter 2854. Inside the City Lord's mansion of Wanxiang City, the upper echelons of the city gathered in the main hall. Gu Zhong and Shaoqing left Wanxiang City for the Sky Market after giving some instructions. Everyone was shocked. Why did Gu Zhong and Shaoqing want to go to the Heavenly Realm at this time? However, they soon found out the reason from the Iron Blood Taoist. Gu Zhong was undergoing the Heavenly King Tribulation. Gu Zhong was a prideful man and naturally did not want to undergo the tribulation in the mortal realm. Tribulation in the heavenly realm? The heavenly saint of the heaven, earth, and mortal saints said thoughtfully, "Lord Gu Zhong is going to undergo the tribulation in the heavenly realm?" Zhuge Liang and the others were shocked. They had heard that the success rate of undergoing the tribulation in the heavenly realm was very low. The heavenly tribulation in the heavenly realm was extremely powerful. Very few people could succeed, and most of them would die under the tribulation. Compared to the heavenly realm, the success rate of undergoing the tribulation in the mortal realm was much higher. Zhuge Liang and the others' cultivation had not reached that level yet. Thus, they did not know the difference between undergoing the tribulation in the mortal realm and the heavenly realm. Only the saint-level existences would know. Gu Zhong's heart is higher than the sky. Someone sighed in the main hall. Not long after Gu Zhong and Little Qing left, the higher-ups of Wanxiang City that were gathered in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion also dispersed and went to do whatever they needed to do. Soon, the news of Gu Zhong ascending to the Heaven Realm spread. Just as Gu Zhong and Little Qing were about to head to the Sky Market and step onto the ancient path to heavens, in the Central Plains, on a divine island floating high in the sky, two people were sitting at a stone table in a pavilion. Both of them were young men, but anyone could tell who was the master and who was the servant with just a glance. "Master, I didn't expect you to come so fast." One of the young men in the pavilion spoke to the other in a respectful tone. "What happened? I heard that you were defeated by someone called Gu Zhong. That Gu Zhong is also the disciple of Gu Fei, right?" The young man said indifferently. At this moment, Zhuo Qiandao's forehead was covered in sweat. He did not even dare to breathe heavily in front of this young man. The only person who could make Zhuo Qiandao fearful was the South Pole Immortal Sovereign from the South Pole Divine Sea on the Buzhou Ancestral Star. South Pole Immortal Venerable personally departed from the Buzhou Ancestral Star and arrived at the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. What made South Pole Immortal Venerable depressed was that his good disciple was actually defeated by Gu Fei's disciple. This was hard for him to accept. "Yes." Zhuo Qiandao nodded. "Then why don't you scram to the Heaven Realm and bring Gu Zhong's head back to me?" South Pole Immortal Venerable said. His tone was very calm. He already knew what happened earlier, including Gu Zhong's words. "Yes, master." Zhuo Qiandao quickly accepted the order and left the hall. Very quickly, Zhuo Qiandao left the Divine Island and headed towards the Eastern Domain. If he wanted to go to the Heaven World, he had to go to the Eastern Domain, enter the Sky Ruins, and step on the ancient Heaven Road. While Zhuo Qiandao was heading towards the Eastern Domain, Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing had already set foot on the ancient heaven road. At this time, Gu Fei and the old tortoise were in seclusion. However, there was a checkpoint at the exit of the ancient heaven road. There were still people collecting the fees to enter the heaven realm. The reason why the heaven realm demons still dared to do this and were not afraid of the public's wrath was because although the old turtle was not in the heaven realm, there was an unimaginably powerful being guarding the demon lord's palace in the sky above the western underworld sea. Master Qing, you're back. When little Qing and Gu Zhong walked out of the ancient road to heaven, the two demon race experts guarding the checkpoint saw little Qing and immediately went forward to pay their respects. Yes, did anything happen here recently? Xiaoqing nodded and asked. With the old ancestor guarding this place, no one dares to be presumptuous. A middle-aged man among the two demon race experts said. That's for the best, little Qing said. Then, he encouraged the two demon race experts and soared into the sky with Gu Zhong. They landed on an island floating in the sky. This was a divine island with enchanting scenery. There were pavilions dotting the mountains, making it look like a fairyland. Xiaoqing brought Gu Zhong to the depths of the divine island to pay a visit to the old ancestor of the demon race. However, the old ancestor happened to be out. They settled down on the divine island first. At this time, the heaven realm was in chaos just like the mortal realm. Something big happened in the eastern earth of the heaven realm. Some people saw the ancient heavenly emperor's figure in the eastern earth. In a short period of time, the atmosphere of the entire eastern earth became extremely tense. One should know that the eastern earth was originally the ancient heavenly emperor's territory. However, it had now become the territory of the demon race and the nether sect. Some people thought that the ancient heavenly emperor had been preparing in secret for a long time and that it was time to take back what he had lost. However, others thought that if the ancient heavenly emperor dared to provoke the demon race of the heaven realm, he would be digging his own grave. One should know that the demon lord even dared to attack the forbidden regions. However, the first place in the heaven realm to become chaotic was somewhat unexpected. That was because that place was the snow region, a somewhat special place. Even the people from the immortal domain's immortal palace couldn't intimidate those powerful existences. Especially when the prison realm collapsed, countless great omens escaped. These great omens became the fuse of the war in the snow domain. In a short period of time, the snow domain became the most eye-catching place in the heaven realm. Of course, whether the heaven realm was in chaos or not had nothing to do with Gu Zhong. He was going to the heaven realm to undergo his heavenly king tribulation. He was very confident that he could succeed. However, he didn't forget that he still had a battle with Zhuo Qiandao. He was waiting for Zhuo Qiandao. When Zhuo Qiandao stepped on the ancient road to heaven and entered the heaven realm, Gu Zhong announced that he wanted to challenge Zhuo Qiandao. At this time, the old ancestor of the divine island finally returned. Xiaoqing and Gu Zhong quickly went to greet him. Then, Gu Zhong set up an arena in the West Dark Sea, an arena that only Zhuo Qiandao and the others could enter. When Zhuo Qiandao heard the news, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This Gu Zhong was too hateful. Did he want the entire heaven realm to know that he had lost to him? Zhuo Qiandao was a proud and arrogant person, so he cared a lot about gossip. He directly went to find them and then went up the stage to challenge Gu Zhong. Swoosh. The moment Zhuo Qiandao stepped onto the stage, Gu Zhong also descended from the sky and landed on the stage. Zhuo Qiandao was a proud and arrogant person, so he cared a lot about gossip. He directly went to find them and then went up the stage to challenge Gu Zhong. Swoosh. Chapter 2855. Gu Zhong had set up an arena in the western mysterious ocean and waited for Zhuo Qiandao's arrival. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Qiandao actually came and directly stepped onto the arena. I have to say, you are really courageous. On the arena, Gu Zhong looked at Zhuo Qiandao and said indifferently. He didn't think that Zhuo Qiandao would really come. Could it be that he had absolute confidence in winning? Less nonsense, let's begin. Zhuo Qiandao's entire body was filled with murderous intent. He stared at Gu Zhong and a layer of blood-red light appeared in his eyes, as if he was about to fall into a state of madness. Very well, since you want to reincarnate as soon as possible, I will grant your wish. No, if you lose, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. The corner of Gu Zhong's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. At this moment, countless experts had gathered in the western mysterious ocean. People from various regions of the heaven realm had arrived. One should know that the news of Gu Zhong setting up an arena had already spread. Of course, Gu Zhong was not bored enough to set up an arena to accept everyone's challenge. He only did it for Zhuo Qiandao. Just as the battle was about to erupt, an old man stood on the divine island high up in the sky. He was looking down from the sky. Gu Fei's disciple, interesting. The old man smiled. His voice was very old. In fact, not many people in the heaven realm knew that Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. Boom. At this moment, a great star rushed out from Zhuo Qiandao's head and emitted a myriad of starlight. A powerful heavenly king's aura spread out from the star. Star Grand Dao. Someone exclaimed. It was very rare to see someone cultivating this Grand Dao. It was no wonder that someone would be shocked when a star Saint King appeared at this moment. Gu Zhong, I will kill you this time, Zhuo Qiandao coldly said. He stared at Gu Zhong with a cold and ruthless gaze, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Haha, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Zhong laughed. Since this guy dared to come to the heaven realm to fight, he must have something to rely on. However, Gu Zhong also had something to rely on. Kill. Zhuo Qiandao angrily roared and stomped on the ground. His entire body turned into a bright ray of light that pierced towards Gu Zhong. At the same time, the big star above his head also turned into a frightening sword ray that descended from the sky and slashed towards Gu Zhong. One hand covering the sky, Gu Zhong extended his right hand and unleashed the heaven-shrouding hand. A huge golden hand immediately appeared in the void and pressed forward. Buzz. Gu Zhong's right hand collided with Zhuo Qiandao's starlight sword energy and directly stopped this sword light. What? Zhuo Qiandao was shocked to the extreme. It was as if his sword energy had collided with an immortal divine iron and almost injured himself. At the same time, Gu Zhong's heaven-shrouding hand collided with the sword light that pierced down from the sky. Two extremely powerful forces clashed and the entire sky was drowned by countless Dao runes. The heaven-covering hand blocked the starlight sword chi, and the sword chi exploded. Streaks of starlight Dao patterns were imprinted in the void, turning into a peerless sword light that pierced through the void. Even the chaotic aura was struck out. However, regardless of how sharp and powerful the sword light formed from the starlight Dao markings were, Gu Zhong's heaven-covering hand was like an insurmountable mountain that blocked all of the sword light. I haven't seen you for a few days and your cultivation seems to have improved quite a bit, Gu Zhong said. His entire body was emitting a golden light. Golden Dao runes faintly appeared and interweaved on his body. He was like a golden god of war that came from the primordial era, extremely powerful. You're not bad yourself. Within the sword light that Gu Zhong's right hand blocked, there was a vague figure that was faintly discernible. That figure emitted a shocking murderous intent. At this moment, Gu Zhong's gigantic hand that blotted out the sky above the stage came crashing down like a mountain, completely obliterating the starlight sword chi. I gave you a bit of sunshine and you're dazzling. I'm just messing with you. Haha. Gu Zhong laughed heartily and shook his right hand. 9 golden patterns of the way immediately emerged from his palm. With a bang, the power of the great path erupted and directly sent the sword light flying. Zhuo Qiandao was extremely shocked. His figure directly appeared on the arena and fiercely stared at Gu Zhong. His cultivation had improved a lot, but he was still not a match for this guy. After Zhuo Qiandao was defeated by Gu Zhong, the South Pole Immortal Venerable forcefully helped Zhuo Qiandao increase his cultivation. At this moment, Zhuo Qiandao was only half a step away from the Great Saint Realm. However, Zhuo Qiandao realized that he had underestimated Gu Zhong. I already said that you came to die. Sigh, there are still people who are so stupid in this era. What a weirdo. Gu Zhong ridiculed. Preposterous. I'll fight you to the death. Zhuo Qiandao was enraged. He gritted his teeth and 9 balls of starlight immediately rushed out from his body. Within each ball of starlight, there was a star that was radiating dazzling starlight. 9 waves of supreme starlight surged out from the 9 balls of starlight. That is, Even Gu Zhong's heart shook when he sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the 9 balls of starlight, and he was extremely shocked. A real star? Gu Zhong's pupil shrank when he saw this scene. The 9 balls of starlight were extraordinary. They were real stars that were refined into fist-sized balls. The power of the stars contained in each ball of starlight was unimaginably powerful. Once Zhuo Qiandao fused with the 9 balls of starlight, his battle strength would definitely soar to an unimaginable level. However, Gu Zhong did not stop him. He was also very curious. He wanted to see to what extent this guy could increase his battle strength. Swoosh! The 9 balls of starlight instantly entered Zhuo Qiandao's forehead. In the next second, his body emitted an endless amount of starlight. 9 powerful star runes emerged from his forehead and interweaved into a mysterious star diagram. His divine soul, even his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones seemed to be ignited by sparks. A destructive aura spread out from his body. He's really going to risk his life. Gu Zhong suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. It was as if Zhuo Qiandao had become a completely different person in this instant. At this time, all the experts watching from afar were extremely shocked. Some of them noticed something and couldn't help but change their expressions. This person actually fused 9 real stars with his soul. This was too crazy. The power of 9 stars was indeed very powerful. Zhuo Qiandao's expression was ferocious as he held his head and roared in pain. However, he quickly stopped and lifted his head to glare at Gu Zhong like a wounded beast. Gu Zhong was startled by Zhuo Qiandao's appearance. His face was full of blue veins that spread outwards from the center of his forehead. His eyes became blood-red with a hint of madness and ferocity. Roar! Zhuo Qiandao roared towards the sky. An extremely violent aura erupted from his body, causing the entire arena to shake. Runes emerged one after another. Swoosh! In the next moment, Zhuo Qiandao directly pounced towards Gu Zhong and instantly arrived in front of him. He opened his mouth and spat out an extremely sharp sword light that directly pierced through Gu Zhong's face. Gu Zhong was startled. The opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that he didn't have time to dodge. He could only unleash a punch that collided with the sword light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Gu Zhong felt a sharp pain in his hand as a chilling sword qi invaded his arm. Thump! 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 Gu Zhong couldn't help but take 5 or 6 steps back. He looked down and saw that his right fist was cut open by the opponent's sword energy. Golden blood seeped out from the wound. So powerful. Gu Zhong was shocked. After the opponent merged with the 9 starlight balls, his battle prowess had indeed increased to a level that even he was shocked. What kind of secret art was this? Kill! Zhuo Qiandao seemed to have fallen into madness. He directly grabbed the sword light and swept it towards Gu Zhong's waist. The brilliant sword light directly cut through the void. I'm afraid you have teeth and will bite me. Gu Zhong's body shook and the power of his martial body burst forth. An even more powerful martial path energy spread out from his body. Swoosh! Gu Zhong soared up into the sky and dodged Zhuo Qiandao's sword. Then, he stomped down on Zhuo Qiandao with a destructive force that wanted to obliterate him. Zhuo Qiandao reached out with his left hand and directly broke through the destructive force. He then grabbed Gu Zhong's right leg. What? Gu Zhong's shock was not small at all. Zhuo Qiandao roared and directly lifted Gu Zhong's leg and fiercely smashed it to the ground. Bang! The arena shook, and cracks appeared on the surface of the arena. This little guy is a bit strange. Up in the sky, the ancestor's eyes lit up after seeing this. With his vision, he naturally saw through Zhuo Qiandao. Zhuo Qiandao grabbed Gu Zhong's leg and crazily smashed it a dozen times. The ground cracked and the entire arena cracked as if it could collapse at any time. Enough! Gu Zhong roared, and a powerful ripple of energy erupted from his body. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His battle prowess instantly soared, and he directly broke free. One sword to kill the heavens. Gu Zhong was both shocked and angry at the same time. He directly pointed forward with one finger. An extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his finger and directly pierced towards Zhuo Qiandao. Pluff! Chapter 2856. The West Nether Sea was originally a forbidden area in the extreme west of the Heaven Realm. Ever since the Old Turtle and Gu Fei worked together to destroy it, this place became very lively because it was the only path between the Heaven Realm and the Mortal Realm. Of course, the Old Turtle had set up a checkpoint at the entrance of the ancient path. Cultivators entering and exiting the Heaven Realm had to pay a fee, 10 divine medicines or 10 immortal crystals. It was the same for cultivators from the Mortal Realm. If you didn't pay the fee, then I'm sorry, please return home. Some people had tried to force their way in, but they were easily defeated by the experts of the Heavenly Realm. They were even killed on the spot and died. There was nothing much to say. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. If the cultivators were strong enough to kill the experts of the demon race, the Heaven Realm's demon race would have nothing to say. In fact, not many people dared to do so because they knew that an ancestor-level existence of the demon race was sitting on the divine island above the West Nether Sea. Even the Old Turtle, the son of the Tai Huang, had to consider himself as a junior in front of this person. On this day, the West Nether Sea was much livelier than usual. Countless cultivators rushed in from outside the West Nether Sea just to watch the battle. Very quickly, the news of Gu Fei's disciple fighting with someone spread. Very few people in the Heaven Realm knew about Gu Zhong, but almost everyone knew about Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei's achievements in the Heaven Realm had already spread across the entire Heaven Realm. In the cultivation world, if someone said that they knew someone called Gu Fei, then that person would be too far behind. When the news spread to the mortal world, the cultivation world of the mortal world was in an uproar. In just a short period of time, the ancient Heaven Ascension Road was packed with people. Many people and even powerful beings from other races were rushing towards the ancient heaven path. Many of them were willing to pay 10 divine medicines or 10 immortal crystals to enter the Heaven Realm to watch the battle. At this time, the happiest ones were the experts of the demon race guarding the ancient path. Today, they received so many divine medicines that their hands were sore and the immortal crystals were piled up like a mountain. Rumble. The arena shook. At this moment, Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao were fighting fiercely on the arena. Blood splashed all over the arena. Zhuo Qiandao had fused the power of the 9 stars into his body and stimulated all of his potential, causing his battle strength to soar to the point that Gu Zhong had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret technique. 2 silhouettes were moving rapidly on the arena, and countless Dao patterns were faintly discernible in the void. Bang! Gu Zhong's fist landed on Zhuo Qiandao's shoulder. Crack! Zhuo Qiandao's shoulder was immediately shattered by this fist. However, the moment Zhuo Qiandao was blown away by Gu Zhong's punch, a ray of starlight sword energy instantly left a bloody mark on Gu Zhong's body. A strand of golden blood seeped out from the wound. Humph! Gu Zhonghu's body trembled, and the sword chi that had invaded his body was immediately forced out by him. The next moment, the sword wound on his body rapidly healed and disappeared. His blood energy was vigorous to the extreme. The powerful blood energy that rushed out from the top of his head caused the stars in the sky to tremble as if it could fall down at any time. Gu Zhong was extremely domineering as he took large strides forward. With every step he took, the entire arena shook, and more cracks appeared on the arena. How can this be? How can you be so powerful? Impossible. Zhuo Qiandao couldn't believe it. He fell to the ground and spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, in the next moment, his shoulder that was shattered by Gu Zhong's fist also healed in an instant. At this level of cultivation, no matter what kind of damage the body suffered, it could be instantly healed. Even if it was smashed into pieces, as long as there was a drop of true blood, it could be reconstructed. Gu Zhong cultivated the martial Dao, and he was a martial Saint King. His martial physique was unbelievably powerful and almost indestructible. Nothing is impossible. Gu Zhong sneered and continued to press towards Zhuo Qiandao. His aura constantly increased, and the surrounding space became extremely unstable under the impact of the powerful pressure. Pitch-black spatial cracks constantly appeared. Kill. 9 stars return to 1. Annihilate the world. Zhuo Qiandao furiously roared and attacked with all of his strength. The star map on his forehead lit up and 9 specks of starlight emerged. In the blink of an eye, they fused together and turned into an immortal ray of starlight that directly pierced towards Gu Zhong. The supreme power of the stars erupted as the ray of starlight displayed a terrifying might. Wherever the starlight passed, the space was directly annihilated and everything was slashed into nothingness. Gu Zhong's heart trembled. He stomped on the ground and turned into a golden ray of light that shot into the sky. However, it was useless even with his extreme speed. The ray of starlight was just too fast, so fast that even he couldn't dodge it. Puff! A golden flower of blood suddenly appeared on Gu Zhong's body. The immortal ray of starlight directly pierced through his Saint King martial physique, causing him to be extremely shocked. However, what shocked him even more was that the ray of starlight actually contained a type of destructive energy, and this destructive energy could actually annihilate the vitality within his body. His flesh, tendons, and bones. All of his vitality was constantly being destroyed. Gu Zhong couldn't believe this. He lowered his head and saw that the place where the starlight pierced through had turned into a deathly gray color. The deathly gray color was spreading out from the spot where the starlight pierced through to the other parts of Gu Zhong's body. What a terrifying, annihilating starlight! Gu Zhong couldn't help but be astonished. Haha, Gu Zhong, you're dead for sure. At this time, Zhuo Qiandao crazily laughed. None of the people injured by his annihilating starlight had survived until now. However, every time he used this secret art, his vitality would be greatly injured. This was the price. Even if Zhuo Qiandao could defeat Gu Zhong, he would still suffer from the backlash of the starlight. Not to mention, it was hard to say whether he could defeat Gu Zhong or not. Crap. When Gu Zhong's martial body was pierced by Zhuo Qiandao's annihilating starlight, the old ancestor of the demon race on the divine island in the sky was shocked. Could it be that this star physique is that person's descendant? The old man muttered to himself. He could already see the abnormality of Gu Zhong's body. His vitality was constantly being destroyed, causing him to be shocked. Gu Zhong was the eldest disciple of Gu Fei. If he were to die here, it wouldn't be a good thing for the demon race of the heaven world. Just when the old man was thinking about whether he should help Gu Zhong or not, he suddenly realized that Gu Zhong's body was emitting an unfathomable aura. Then, the destructive power in Gu Zhong's body was being destroyed by this power. What this is? Chapter 2857. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao. Secret of Nihility. The old man was extremely shocked. This secret art that had been lost since the ancient times had reappeared in Gu Zhong's body. He found this hard to believe. He was the ancestor of the demon race, in existence from the same generation as the Grand King. He had lived for countless years, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. While the old man was shocked, Gu Zhong's life force flourished once again. His blood surged into the sky and actually extinguished the terrifying destructive energy that had invaded his body. What? How is this possible? Zhuo Qiandao sensed the change in Gu Zhong's presence and couldn't help but be shocked. There was actually someone in this world who could survive after his starlight of extinction had penetrated their body. I've already said that nothing is impossible in this world. Gu Zhong was already close to Zhuo Qiandao. Then, he directly punched towards Zhuo Qiandao. An extremely ferocious fist force erupted from his right fist. Millions of golden rays bloomed, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the world. An invincible fist intent radiated from Gu Zhong's body. It was indomitable and unstoppable. Bam! Zhuo Qiandao could only take it head-on and was directly blown out of the arena by Gu Zhong's fist. His arms were bent in a strange manner. Clearly, the bones in his arms were broken. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Zhuo Qiandao angrily roared as he charged back from outside the arena. Rays of destructive starlight constantly shot out from his forehead and pierced towards Gu Zhong. Haha, you have no choice but to believe it because you really can't kill me. Gu Zhong laughed and punched out. His fists were wide open and actually shattered the rays of destructive starlight. He then pressed towards Zhuo Qiandao with great force. Zhuo Qiandao desperately channeled his 9-star great art, but he could no longer gain any advantage at this time. The starlight of extinction was actually shattered by the opponent's fists. This was unbelievable to Zhuo Qiandao. His 9-star great art was personally taught by the South Pole Immortal Sovereign. Its power was unimaginable. Ordinary heavenly kings were not Zhuo Qiandao's opponent. Even peak heavenly kings would have to suffer when Zhuo Qiandao used his 9-star great art. Zhuo Qiandao indeed had the battle prowess to be undefeatable in the same realm, but unfortunately, his opponent was Gu Zhong. Boom! After a muffled sound, a golden light spread out on the stage. Zhuo Qiandao was directly blown away while coughing up blood. He was unwilling to accept this. His battle strength had been raised to the limit, but he still couldn't kill his opponent. The legend of a martial artist being invincible among his peers, could it really not be broken? That person is going to be unlucky, someone said. There was no more suspense in this battle. Seems like I overestimated you. Sigh. Gu Zhong said. This fellow was still not a match for him. This meant that the trump card he had prepared was useless, causing him to feel somewhat disappointed. The stronger a cultivator was, the stronger they would become. Gu Zhong hoped that his opponent would be able to fight endlessly with him and fight to his heart's content. This Zhuo Qiandao was still a bit lacking. Shua. The heaven-punishing sword light rushed out from Gu Zhong's hands and directly pierced through Zhuo Qiandao. This was the sword Dao of extinction that could destroy the void of the world. It was countless times more powerful than Zhuo Qiandao's starlight of extinction. Zhuo Qiandao's life force was constantly being destroyed by the heaven-punishing sword light. He heavily slammed into the stage while continuously coughing up blood. The star diagram on his forehead was still operating. The violent power of the stars was vast and mighty. The power of the 9 stars seemed to be going out of control. I will take you down with me. Zhuo Qiandao roared and crawled up from the ground. He was like a crazy heavenly beast as he directly pounced towards Gu Zhong. 9 starlights emerged on his body, erupting with extremely chaotic fluctuations of the power of the stars. You want to self-destruct? Do you think you can die with me like this? Don't be stupid, haha. Gu Zhong burst out in laughter. At the same time, he used his extreme speed of 8 steps to quickly retreat. At the same time, rays of golden sword energy rushed out from his body and interweaved into a net of swords that flew straight towards Zhuo Qiandao. Die for me, Zhuo Qiandao crazily roared. The star diagram on his forehead flew up. In the next second, his eyes lost their luster and he fell to the ground without making a sound. At this time, the star diagram that rushed out from Zhuo Qiandao's forehead quickly enlarged. A figure sat in the middle of the diagram. It was Zhuo Qiandao's origin spirit. 9 stars revolved around Zhuo Qiandao's primordial spirit and emitted an extremely powerful star power. He really wants to die with me? Gu Zhong was startled, but he didn't panic in the face of the murderous star diagram. Instead, his battle intent surged. A golden light shot out from the center of his brows, as if a divine eye was about to open. It's still the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Could it be that little guy Gu Fei has obtained all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? The old man on the divine island murmured to himself after seeing this. Since the ancient times, no one had been able to gather all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This was because the supreme Tao ancestor had created these 9 secret arts and taught them to his 9 disciples. Each disciple would only be taught 1 secret art. Therefore, other than the supreme Tao ancestor who had mastered all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, no one else in this world could master all 9 secret arts at the same time. At this time, Zhuo Qiandao's origin spirit controlled the star diagram and directly suppressed Gu Zhong's head. A destructive star power surged from the star diagram and sealed this part of the void. All the living beings in the distance were extremely shocked. They didn't think that the expert fighting against Gu Zhong would want to die with him. This guy is crazy, someone said. Zhuo Qiandao was forced to this state by Gu Zhong. An expert from the mortal world murmured. Zhuo Qiandao set up an arena in the middle earth of the human world and challenged all the heavenly kings of the human world. In just half a year, he had truly become invincible among his peers and defeated countless heavenly kings. It wasn't until Gu Zhong went to the Middle Earth and challenged Zhuo Qiandao that Zhuo Qiandao's legend of being invincible within the same realm ended, and he was trampled down from his pedestal. Swish! An extremely resplendent ray of golden light shot out from the center of Gu Zhong's eyebrows. A supreme power of the world radiated from the ray of light. It turned into a sword and instantly charged into the sky. It directly broke through the layers of destructive power from the star atlas and pierced through Zhuo Qiandao's soul in an instant. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. I refuse to accept this. Chapter 28:58. A ray of sword light shot out from Gu Zhong's forehead and directly destroyed Zhuo Qiandao's primordial spirit. This shocked everyone to the extreme. How is this possible? An old man from the heaven realm exclaimed. All of this was too unbelievable. Could this be the supreme secret art of the legends? Primordial spirit sword of the Das. High up in the sky, on the divine island, the old ancestor of the heaven realm demonic race spoke these words. He saw through Gu Zhong's true strength and recognized this supreme immortal Dao secret technique. Only this secret art could instantly destroy Zhuo Qiandao's primordial spirit and kill him. I already said that you came to die. Sigh. On the stage, Gu Zhong sighed and shook his head. You, in the sky. Shaoqing was speechless after seeing this scene. Gu Zhong was just showing off after gaining an advantage. However, as soon as Gu Zhong left the arena, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. Without hesitation, he took a step to the right and instantly moved more than 10 meters away. At the same time, a ray of immortal light silently descended from the sky and directly pierced through the place where Gu Zhong originally stood. Even the arena was pierced by this ray of immortal light. Who is it? Gu Zhong broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for his abnormal reaction to danger, that attack just now would have been enough to destroy his primordial spirit. This was a destructive ray of immortal light that could destroy everything. Even the arena was pierced by it. What? Shaoqing was also startled by this sudden attack. He took a step forward and instantly crossed the sky to land on the arena. What happened? All the living beings in the sky were indescribably shocked. Someone actually dared to attack Gu Zhong. Who was it? Could it be the ancient celestial emperor? Some people recalled the enmity between Gu Fei and the ancient celestial emperor. Gu Fei was Gu Zhong's master. Moreover, Gu Fei had directly destroyed the ancient celestial emperor's nest. The enmity between the ancient celestial emperor and the ancient celestial emperor could be said to be irreconcilable. This was because the enmity between the two had reached an irreconcilable level. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple, so it was very likely that the ancient celestial emperor would attack Gu Zhong. While everyone was looking at Gu Zhong and Shaoqing in shock, Zhuo Qiandao's body actually moved, and he stood up from the ground. What? Didn't Gu Zhong destroy his primordial spirit? How is he not dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. The scene that happened in the arena had already exceeded everyone's understanding. The primordial spirit being destroyed and the soul dispersing was common knowledge in the world of cultivation. This, even Gu Zhong found it unbelievable. If the primordial spirit sword destroyed Zhuo Qiandao's primordial spirit, then Zhuo Qiandao would definitely be dead. He wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. But now, Zhuo Qiandao's body actually moved and he stood up. How could this be explained? Humph! At this moment, a sneer came down from the sky. The demon race's old ancestor. Gu Zhong and Shaoqing exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the old ancestor was here, no one could plot against them. Of course, if it was a fair fight, the old ancestor would not interfere even if the opponent killed Gu Zhong. However, if someone broke this balance and wanted to kill Gu Zhong with despicable means, then the old ancestor of the demon race in the heaven realm would not interfere. You, who are you? Gu Zhong stared at Zhuo Qiandao and asked in a deep voice. This guy's aura had changed greatly as if he had become a different person. Gu Zhong couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect you to cultivate the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. No wonder my disciple is not your match. Zhuo Qiandao looked at Gu Zhong indifferently and said, Your disciple. You're the South Pole immortal Venerable. Gu Zhong's eyes lit up and said coldly, Zhuo Qiandao was the disciple of the South Pole immortal Venerable. Did this guy take over his disciple's body? The South Pole Immortal Venerable was an immortal venerable of Buzhou ancestral star. He stood at the top of the pyramid in the cultivation world of the entire star. This Zhuo Qiandao raised his head to look at the divine island in the sky, then at Gu Zhong and said, "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" "Why not?" Gu Zhong's pupils contracted as he looked at the Zhuo Qiandao. "Nephew, this." Shaoqing wanted to stop him. One should know that this South Pole Immortal Venerable was too despicable. He even wanted to take the body of his disciple. Moreover, he didn't help Zhuo Qiandao and allowed him to be killed by Gu Zhong. It was definitely not a good thing to fight against such a person. "Martial Uncle Qing, don't worry. This guy is only an incarnation that took over Zhuo Qiandao's body. He won't be that strong." Gu Zhong was very confident. "Very well." The Zhuo Qiandao said coldly. He was no longer Zhuo Qiandao, but an incarnation of the South Pole Immortal Venerable. "It's a fair fight. Life and death are determined by fate. Think carefully." An old voice came down from the divine island in the sky. "Thank you for your guidance, old ancestor." Gu Zhong bowed towards the divine island in the sky and said, "Sigh." A sigh came from the divine island in the sky. Then, the existence on the divine island stopped talking. "Nephew, you." Shaoqing glanced at the Zhuo Qiandao and wanted to say something, but he didn't. He then flew up from the stage and retreated to the sky. "I have to admire your courage to accept my challenge." The Zhuo Qiandao suddenly smiled and gave Gu Zhong a thumbs up. "You seem to have me in your grasp." Gu Zhong smiled as well. "I won't kill you. I can't bear to. I still want to obtain the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, haha." The Zhuo Qiandao transmitted his voice to Gu Zhong. "The 9 secrets of immortal Tao are right here. Come and get them if you can," said Gu Zhong as he pointed to his head. The smile on his face had already disappeared, replaced with a solemn expression. He would never underestimate any of his opponents. "Very well, I'll come and get them now." As Zhuo Qiandao spoke, his figure instantly disappeared into the void as if he had vanished into thin air. Even Gu Zhong couldn't see how he disappeared. In the next moment, a huge hand appeared above Gu Zhong's head. The 5 fingers went straight for Gu Zhong's head. Swoosh! In the instant that the gigantic hand was about to grab him, Gu Zhong's figure instantly disappeared without a trace. No one was able to clearly see how he disappeared. This? Chapter 28:59. Everyone stared at the arena, only to see 2 silhouettes appearing and disappearing from time to time, directly entering the void and fighting in the void. This was a battle between secret arts of the immortal path. Bang! Boom! Muffled sounds of collisions could be heard from the void above the arena. With each sound, the void above the arena would shatter. 2 figures would appear and disappear in an instant. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be surprised. This South Pole Immortal Sovereign had also grasped a secret art of the immortal path. His intuition told him that this guy had more than one secret art. "What secret art are those 2 using?" someone asked. After all, the 9 secrets of immortal Tao had disappeared for countless years. There were definitely not many people in the current world who could recognize the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. Apart from some super old fogies, no one knew that the secret technique that the 2 people in the arena used was the anti-emptiness secret technique. A duel between an anti-void secret technique and an anti-void secret technique. This was something that had never happened before, but today, such an unbelievable thing had happened. Very soon, the void shattered and a figure charged out. He was coughing out blood, causing golden droplets of blood to drip down from the sky. What? When everyone saw the figure, they were indescribably shocked. The person who was knocked out of the void was actually Gu Zhong. "Nephew." In the distant sky, Shaoqing couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this scene. "Humph," Gu Zhong sneered. His body shook and a ball of golden light emerged from his body. In the next moment, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Sacred King martial physique is indeed something. A voice rang out in the sky as a figure walked out. He stared coldly at Gu Zhong as he spoke in an awe-inspiring voice. "Could you be one of the 9 sons of the immortal path?" Gu Zhong stared at these Zhuo Qiandao and suddenly uttered these words. What 9 sons? I don't know what you're talking about. This is what Xiandao replied. Die. Gu Zhong no longer spoke. With a furious roar, he pounced towards the guy in front of him and threw a punch. A ball of golden light suddenly appeared on his fist. I already said that you're not my opponent. This is what Xiandao shook his head and threw a punch as well. Boom. The two fists collided with each other, creating a loud bang. It was as if two mountains had collided. Two powerful forces spread out. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void. Gu Zhong only felt an unstoppable force coming from the other party's hand, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. When he focused his gaze, he saw that the fellow in front of him was actually as unmoving as a mountain. What? How is this possible? Gu Zhong was incomparably shocked. He never thought that a human cultivator's physical body would be strong enough to compete with him. Again, Zhuo Qiandao was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and punched Gu Zhong with his right fist. The void trembled under his fist. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Zhong's arrogance was stimulated. He also punched out. The two fists collided in an instant, causing an earth-shattering sound to erupt. A devastating storm swept out from the arena in every direction, and some of the nearby cultivators hastily retreated. However, there were also some particularly unlucky monarchs. The destructive storm instantly enveloped the entire area. A few unlucky monarchs who couldn't escape in time were directly blown away by the storm and exploded in the air, turning into clouds of blood mist. These guys were truly unlucky. Boom! There was another earth-shattering bang, and the whole world was trembling. The void above the arena exploded, and the two extremely powerful figures directly fought in the extremely chaotic chaos. Gu Zhong became more and more shocked as the battle went on. This guy was truly powerful. Compared to the real Zhuo Qiandao, one was in the sky while the other was on the ground. There was simply no comparison. Bam! A muffled sound rang out from within the primal chaos. Gu Zhong charged out from within the primal chaos. There was a fist imprint on his chest that had sunk deep into his body. Roar! Gu Zhong roared at the sky. The opponent's strength made him feel as if he had all his abilities, but couldn't display them. Heaven Ascension's secret art. Gu Zhong had no other choice but to use the 9 secrets of immortal Dao to fight against this Zhuo Qiandao. Boom! A ball of resplendent golden light erupted from Gu Zhong's body. It was as if a golden divine sun had appeared between the heavens and the earth. He could feel that his combat strength was soaring. This is Zhuo Qiandao's gaze became fierce with a hint of madness in his eyes. He had seen through the origin of the secret technique that Gu Zhong used. However, Gu Zhong couldn't believe that even after using the Heaven Ascension secret art, he still wasn't a match for this Zhuo Qiandao. All right, I won't play with you anymore. Be a good boy and die. Zhuo Qiandao reached out his hand and directly grabbed Gu Zhong's head. At the same time, a heaven-devouring force emerged from his palm and pulled Gu Zhong towards the giant hand. One heaven execution sword. Gu Zhong waved his right hand and a dazzling sword light instantly rushed out from his hand and pierced towards Zhuo Qiandao. A terrifying aura of destruction spread from the sword light. He used the 9 heaven execution swords. However, even the heaven-punishing sword light could not hurt this Zhuo Qiandao. The extremely sharp sword light was slapped into the sky by this Zhuo Qiandao and exploded in the sky. Little fella, I forgot to tell you. Although this is only an avatar of mine, it has the cultivation and battle strength of a peak great saint. How are you going to fight against me? Zhuo Qiandao said. Damn it, Gu Zhong said angrily. At this moment, everyone could see that something was wrong. This Zhuo Qiandao was too powerful, and Gu Zhong wasn't a match for him. Haha, Zhuo Qiandao laughed. He was so close to capturing Gu Zhong. The 9 secrets of the immortal Dao was about to fall into his hands. He was naturally ecstatic. Humph! At this moment, Gu Zhong's lips curled up into a sneer. Rumble. In the next moment, endless lightning suddenly descended from the sky and engulfed Gu Zhong in an instant. The power of the lightning was extremely powerful and the aura of destruction was vast and mighty. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. No one had expected such a thing to happen. They were all stupefied. Endless dark clouds gathered high up in the sky, and a terrifying pressure descended from the depths of the sky. Heavenly tribulation,